Good morning and a very warm welcome to one and all. We are in the day 2 of the Summit on Global Chemicals and Petrochemical Hubs in India. Today's session has some interesting talks as well as presentations by some of the experienced individuals in the chemical industry. Not taking much time, so let's begin the session. I would like to welcome and call upon dais Shri Samir Kumar Biswas, Additional Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. I now request Dr. SSV Ramakumar, Director R&D and P&BD, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, to come on the dais. I request Mr. Janadar Ramanujalu, Vice President, South Asia, SABIC, to come on the dais. Yeah, you're already here. I request Mr. Deepak Mahurkar, Partner and Leader, India Oil and Gas Industry Practice, to please come on the dais. I request Mr. Deepak C. Mehta, sir, Chairman and Managing Director, to kindly come on the dais. May I request Mr. Avinash Verma, Managing Director, ONGC Petro Additions Limited, to kindly come on the dais. And then we have Mr. B. Ashok, CEO, Ratnagiri Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited, to please come on the dais. So we are beginning with the session 5, which is Dynamics of Feedstock, Leveraging Synergies of Value Chain between Petroleum and Petrochemicals, a roadmap from oil to chemicals. I hand over the dais to Janardhan sir for the moderation of this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I think after a very extensive and very fruitful session yesterday, many sessions, I'm thankful to have our Additional Secretary, Mr. Samir Kumar Biswas, here today this morning. And, I'm actually humbled by the very eminent panel we have today to talk about dynamics of feedstock, leveraging the synergies between in the value chains between petroleum and petrochemicals, and kind of a roadmap from oil to chemicals. We all know, very brief introduction from me on the overall topic we are discussing. Petrochemicals started as a byproduct. We all know that to refining and fuel industry. So reaching a 10% of the byproduct share was already a little bit of a stretch. It took many years for us to reach that kind of a level. We were exporting a lot of feedstock also as in the form of naphtha for oil blending elsewhere. And from the byproduct kind of an industry to the refining industry, refinery integration started taking place. Good examples are multiple HPFCC investments which have taken place in this country, 4 or 5 of them at least. Use of off gases, this has lifted it up a little bit, 15 to 17% kind of from refining industry as a feedstock for the downstream crackers. Of course, we all know that the Chinese are far ahead. They have reached 30 to 40% on purpose conversion of feedstock to petrochemicals from the refining. From an opportunity point of view, hypothetically, oil to chemicals, the entire oil to chemicals can fetch between 70 to 80% petrochemicals. Nobody has built it, but you are already seeing 40% conversion happening in the world, among the Chinese at least. We have little more than 250 million metric ton of refining in the country. and we are probably using on an average less than 10% of that as feedstock today. Some are advanced in the private sector, probably 15-16%, others are at 5-6%, very old refineries, but all of them are expanding. So we do have a chance. And if it is on purpose designed to have a little bit more, even a 10%, an additional feedstock from our existing capacities can take care of our at least 8 to 10 crackers feedstock in future. But of course our oil demand is also, energy demand is also growing, so that doesn't give us the possibility. One important thing which will come out of the petroleum and petrochemical integration is the hydrogen economy. We cannot forget that. Hydrogen is an equally precious energy resource. And the new refineries, and we have Mr. Ashok here, the new refineries can be designed to be built with a higher share of chemical. So we have a combination of our panelists who come with a background on various of these topics. Without elaborating much, may I request Mr. Samir Kumar Biswas to say a few words to start off before I get to the panel.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all the panelists on the dais and the participants for this very important session. Why I am saying it's a very important one? Because Indian chemical industry, Indian chemical and petrochemical industry, in fact, is of substantial size and growing at a very fast pace, and there are a lot of issues which are really holding us back from really achieving the potential that is there and possible. As you all know, we have a very distinguished and a special position and a strength as far as the specialty chemical is concerned. In specialties, India is doing really good in terms of production, export, meeting the global demand. But when it comes to production of intermediates, which is required for production of these intermediates for the specialty chemicals, and also certain building blocks were highly deficit, and there is no clear-cut solution yet. Though we have been talking about reserving a certain portion from the crackers, new crackers or the existing crackers for downstream further value addition, etc., etc., those really could not materialize due to various reasons. So we need to really deliberate what could be the best solution, keeping in view how it is resolved globally. Globally also we have seen that intermediates or the building blocks and the feedstocks are available in the open market for trading. How that happens, whether that kind of situation exists in India or not, if not, what really needs to be done for achieving that kind of scenario, so that all the industry get their feedstock and intermediates depending on the requirement from the market freely and easily. So that being the focus, and that is very, very important and crucial if at all we have to grow as a global hub for manufacturing value-added specialty chemical along with other commodity chemicals. Now we have seen out of 23 refineries in India, there are 11 crackers. Now the demand for polymers itself is so high and growing so fast. Now no cracker really plans a configuration wherein they are in a position to sell ethylene, propylene, these basic building blocks. So naturally, how to really overcome that issue? There is a commercial consideration as well. Now there are various options possible, keeping into view the global best practices, the situations existing elsewhere, what best could be done. That is the primary focus and objective of this conference. If that kind of thing can come up, plan of action, I will be really very happy to pursue that, and the government will take it up at the policy level. So with that, I wish that we come up with a very strong and good policy prescription from this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those words. I think, like specialty chemical industry has a much bigger potential, and as you pointed out, what upstream industry does has a big influence on the growth of the downstream, and they are actually growing much faster than the upstream purpose. With that, today among the panels, there's a slight change of order. May I request Dr. Ram Kumar, Director R&D of Indian Oil, to speak about enhancing naphtha flexibility and petrochemical intensity of refineries. He is the best person today among leading one of the biggest research institutions in the country. I think there's a huge brain tank available with him and his team. We have a perfect choice to start off, and what are the possibilities of increasing the intensity of petrochemicals in the refinery. Thank you, Doctor. Please.
मुझे वो स्क्रीन देखना है. Okay, thank you. Very good morning to all of you. Thanks for these kind words of introduction. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this very important conference on value chains of petroleum and petroleum products. So as it has been mentioned that we are one of the largest refiners, rather the largest refiner of the country, holding 11 out of 23 refineries. And so in the changing paradigm of a lot of energy transition, decarbonization, and e-mobility situation which is setting up in the country, how the refineries need to manage their petroleum streams to be gainfully utilized, and one of the future refining imperative has always been how to increase the petrochemical intensity should there be a fall in demand of liquid fuel or liquid products. So earlier, I think all through my career, I think when I started my career 35 years back in Indian Oil, I think the whole focus is on either MS maximization or middle distillate maximization. That used to be the watchword for refineries and refining configuration. But now I think slowly and very, very decisively, now the paradigm is being shifted that these two streams in the petroleum in the refinery, they are in for something different. So what we are going to do, how from MS maximization and MDFI, the middle distillate maximization, how we can maximize some of the petrochemical precursors so that I mean all refineries can be integrated petrochemical and refining complexes. So I think in the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I would be presenting our imperatives of how to manage this change. So just before going into the actual technicalities of this whole theme, we are all aware that the global and India energy outlook, if you see, that coal, oil, in spite of the Panchamrit, what Honorable Prime Minister has announced in the recently concluded Glasgow COP26 summit, I think oil and coal are going to be there. There is a lot of debate. All of us have seen that in the media, that phasing out or phasing down. There's a big debate going on. So finally it has been settled that we would be striving for phasing down, not the phasing out of any of the fossil resources. But nevertheless, the aspirational targets announced by Honorable Prime Minister are really, really tall and aspirational, cutting off 1 billion carbon CO2 emissions, 1 billion tons of CO2 emissions by 2030, and attaining net zero as a country up to 2070. These are the tallest ambitions. So The natural gas consumption today stands at 1.5. There also there is a national aspiration that we would be rising this overall consumption of natural gas, and the gas portfolio in the energy pie is going to go up to 6% at least by 2030. So all these are some of the energy imperatives. When it comes to petrochemical, I think this is also by now everybody knows what is the global petrochemical demand scenario. Petrochemical demand growth is driven by GDP growth. It is always, as a rule of thumb, I think 1.4 times of GDP is petrochemical, and growth in petrochemicals will contribute to 35 to 40% of increase in total crude oil demand for the next 10 to 20 years at least. So if you see the Indian scenario, I think Honorable Secretary also just mentioned before me that there is a gulf of gap in the per capita petrochemical consumptions of India versus the rest of the world, especially the advanced world, and I think all projections are that at least to bridge this gap, there should be 15 world-scale cracker plants. Additional cracker plants are required, and also I think a lot of petrochemicals are getting imported, so there's a need for us for rigorous indigenization in this particular in this particular domain. So my company, Indian Oil Corporation, and the R&D Center which I head, our main theme in this scenario is indigenization, whether it is refinery process technologies, whether it is petrochemical technologies, be it catalysts or specialty chemicals or value-added chemicals. Indigenization is the mantra. And also, as far as refinery process technologies are concerned, again, our developmental mantra is flexibility. Now, you never know that when the demand will take a downward turn for liquid petroleum products. So you cannot every now and then, every decade or every 5 years, you can't change the refinery configuration. And that would be highly capex intensive, and the same hardware which you are going to set up today, at least in greenfield refineries, that should be flexible enough to switch over the product slate from liquid products to the petrochemical stock. So the need of the hour as a refiner is that to select and choose such flexible technologies and integrate those flexible technologies into your overall refinery configuration, so that depending on the demand, overnight you can switch the product slate to MS or to petrochemical precursors, whatever you. I mean, I'm saying this with such a confidence because we have done this. One of our most modern refinery, Paradeep, we have such technology, and most importantly, that is indigenously developed technology. And that technology is capable of switching the product slates at the market dynamics, as the market dynamics demand. So, as far as petrochemical integration is concerned, in a refinery, the most important petroleum stream is naphtha. So earlier, naphtha predominantly goes into MS, or it is used for hydrogen generation. Hydrogen generation is one of the key. Hydrogen generation unit is one of the key unit for any refinery. It is in fact the lifeline of all refineries. So, but now there is another paradigm which is getting unfolded, that whether this hydrogen what we are producing all through these years, whether we are going to produce in the same way. I mean, the current hydrogen is dubbed as a grey hydrogen, and this grey hydrogen need to be off from the fossilized sources. Today the source is either natural gas or the naphtha. So if naphtha is relieved from hydrogen generation, then that naphtha need to be gainfully utilized somewhere. and the obvious destination is petrochemicals. So that is the theme. So right now naphtha pool can be generated from straight run, that is AVU. AVU will give you the straight run naphtha, or there can be cracked naphtha from various secondary refinery process units like delayed coker or fluidized catalytic cracker, HCU, DSDT. All of these secondary refinery process units also, they will contribute to the current existing naphtha pool. And this naphtha pool, on further processing, it will go into MS production, it will go into hydrogen production, and a little amount of naphtha after producing MS and after producing hydrogen, it is now going into petrochemical production. But I think this scenario is going to be changed. This is, I mean, petrochemicals, which used to get the third most priority, that is going to occupy the #1 priority in the future refineries. So this whole theme is that all your future refining strategies need to be how to maximize naphtha and how to divert the naphtha to this particular bucket of petrochemical production. So naphtha, even if some MS demand is still required, because you see why I am saying that MS demand may go down is that all the e-mobility buzz, if it becomes true, if it becomes reality, then the first segment to be hit is MS. Because 70% of the motor spirit or the gasoline or the petrol, whatever you may call, is today consumed by the two-wheeler segment. And it is more or less evident today that if e-mobility gets a sizable penetration in our country in the next 5 to 10 years, it is the two-wheeler segment itself. That is the easiest segment to be converted from IC engine to the electric traction. So what will you do with this entire MS? So MS right now in the naphtha, in the MS pool also, in the current MS pool also, besides naphtha, to make it as a BS6 compliant MS, you need to add various other components, because FCC gasoline or the naphtha alone cannot meet the MS specifications. So even if MS demand is required, if that MS can be met by certain specialized streams, so that the naphtha requirement into MS pool can be minimized, and that much naphtha can be relieved for petrochemical production. So what are those kind of streams? How can you produce within the refinery those kind of streams which can directly meet the current MS specification? One of the key streams is the sulfur should be 10 ppm, final sulfur content should be 10 ppm, and RON today, let me apprise this audience, we were convening, Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas is convening a committee, and henceforth all the MS that is going to be produced in this country will be of 95 RON. It is not 92 or 91. So very soon I think this notification is going to come. There is a rare unanimity between the oil producers and the vehicle manufacturers. It's a perennial demand from the SIAM that the MS should be of 95 RON. So if 95 RON is to be achieved for the final MS product, future, whatever little volumes that might be remaining in the MS pool, then naphtha alone cannot give you that 95 RON. So there are certain special streams which you can incorporate, and that much of naphtha you can take out from the MS. So what are those streams? There are some special technologies, alkylation or dimerization. So my company is having an indigenous technology for dimerizing the C4 streams to C8, which will give a phenomenal stream of with 125 RON. And if this 125 RON is introduced to MS pool, majority of your naphtha can be taken out. So we call it as Octamax, and this is very successfully operating for the last 4 to 5 years in Mathura refinery. And the same technology is getting replicated in one of the south-based refinery, the CBR, the Kaveri Basin refinery also is setting up a new unit. So this is a very simple technology, and these units, I mean, this is indigenously developed, patented by us, and very well validated, and right from day one, not even a single day, it didn't miss even 1 unit of RON of producing that 120. And see how much naphtha could have been released from MS pool and how the MS pool volumes could have been increased. Likewise, there are other streams, some of the light LCN streams which are there available in the refinery. If they are etherified, etherification to etherification technology, you can raise the octane number, and that much of naphtha can be relieved from the MS pool. So again, we have a technology, we named it as Emily Max. It's a C5 ether. So it is Emily Max, and this is also successfully validated in our Gujarat refinery, and it is ready for licensing. All those technologies which we are developing, they are available for licensing freely for any refiner who can adopt this. It's not only meant for Indian Oil. Just a minute. Then what are the further naphtha management scenes? This hydrogen I told you already, because government is thinking of bringing out a green hydrogen consumption obligation, GHCO, and various kinds of numbers are right now under deliberation at apex level, and very soon some mandate is going to come. So all your naphtha which is going into hydrogen generation will be relieved, or it will become surplus, because green hydrogen cannot be produced from fossilized sources like natural gas or naphtha. It is to be through water electrolysis process right now, which is the most commercially mature technology. Otherwise, there are several other production pathways are also on the annual, but nevertheless, that much of naphtha is going to be available. If this naphtha is available to you from these two sources, then how you can actually integrate it to petrochemical production, because MS pool is anyway shrinking. And one more thing is, if suppose diesel demand goes down, I just talked so far only MS demand reduction. But if diesel demand comes down, if hydrogen becomes a reality, if hydrogen fuel becomes a reality, then definitely your heavy-duty diesel segment also is going to infer, because railways have already on a major electrification drive, and diesel volumes are anyway shrinking. So most of our refineries are actually configured to maximize the diesel production, because traditionally India is a dieselized economy. But what are we going to do with that much of diesel? So all that diesel can also be, by smart refining strategies, you can convert all the diesel into naphtha, and this naphtha can be rerouted to petrochemical production. So again, we have a technology strategy. This is a patented technology strategy. That's why I'm very openly sharing it in the public domain. It's a selective mild hydrocracking of middle distillates, and you can get crackable naphtha, which can go, and you can get aromatic rich naphtha, so that either it can be diverted to aromatic complex of the refineries to produce chemicals, petrochemicals, or you can produce petrochemical precursors through cracking, further cracking to ethylene and propylene. So this is going to be, these strategies are going to be very, very important in the next 5 to 10 years as far as refining is concerned. And how naphtha can be managed? If suppose by all these strategies you have amassed quite a bit of naphtha, because fertilizer industry is also one of the chief consumers of naphtha today. But the green hydrogen consumption obligation is also going to be imposed on fertilizers also. This is also one of the segment which is being discussed. If that happens, then that naphtha is also available to you, which is going into fertilizer segment. So all that naphtha you can deal with to produce more petrochemicals by basically two routes. One is to steam cracker route, the other is to catalytic cracking route. So steam cracker is much mature technology. At least two of our, one refinery at Panipat is having the steam cracker. This is slightly energy intensive, but nevertheless, this is one of the most mature technology to produce the petrochemical precursors. But what I want to introduce to this august and informed audience is, there is a catalytic naphtha cracking technology, which is again developed by our R&D center. We named it as Indolene. This is a circular fluidized catalytic cracking. I mean, all the refiners who are there in this audience, it is a very familiar riser regenerator configuration. And see the yields on the slide. Ethylene 13 to 15% from the crackable naphtha. All your DCUs and FCC gasoline, FCC naphtha, they can produce through this technology to 13 to 15% of ethylene and whopping 30% of propylene yields. These are the key ingredients for raising your petrochemical intensity and enhancing the polypropylene and polyethylene production in the country. So this is again an indigenous technology. We are on the verge of employing this technology in one of our refineries very soon. So we just tried to compare the key cracker technologies, naphtha cracker technologies. There are some commercial technologies. There is a conventional steam cracker technology, and this is the IOCL's brand new technology, Indolene. So feedstock flexibility is there. There is no feed treatment, pre-treatment of the feed is required. The severity is much lesser compared to steam cracker, and the propylene and ethylene yields are much higher in this technology. So now coming to the most, this is the last segment of my presentation, and no petrochemical presentation is complete without talking about COTC, the crude oil to chemicals. Why all these routes? Why can't we straight away produce chemicals from crude oil and just divide off all the liquid fuels? So right now the liquid fuels are 90 to 95% and chemical percentage is only 5 to 10%. But can you just reverse this trend? If not to 90%, at least 40 to 50% of chemical yield can you achieve? So there are several technologies. I just met the gentleman from SABIC and all. They are also working on this COTC technology. We have a take on, we have our own take on COTC technology as a company. So involving our indigenous refinery process technologies, we have a configuration for COTC involving all the secondary refinery process units like INDMAX. INDMAX is our flagship fluidized catalytic cracking technology, and I was just mentioning a short while ago, the most flexible technology. You can produce LPG, you can produce MS, and if you don't want them and if there is no demand for those two products, you can just increase the propylene production to 27% or 28%. And if you incorporate this Indolene in tandem with this INDMAX, your propylene percentage can go up to, olefin percentage can go up to 30-35%. See, the overall petrochemical intensity in this configuration can go up to 50%. That means from 1 barrel of crude with this configuration, you can produce 50% of chemicals. So only naphtha generation would be there as an intermediary product, and this naphtha will be managed by this bevy of indigenously developed secondary refinery process technologies to enhance the yield to 45 to 50%. There is another configuration. By the way, this configuration was also patented. We already got the US patent on this, and very soon we are going to take an exact plant trial of this configuration and validate that whether that 50% of chemical yields can be achieved or not in one of these smaller refineries in our group. There is another route where you can use the same set of things and you can couple it with naphtha cracker unit, the conventional naphtha cracker unit, wherein the petrochemical intensity or the petrochemical yield can go up to more than 55 to 60%. So I think to conclude, new processes to take lead to generation of more naphtha from middle distillates. If the liquid fuel demand is going to go, then your MS and HSD pools need to be converted into naphtha, and this naphtha should be crackable, and so this crackable naphtha can be subjected to various secondary refinery processes. Indian Oil is having its own indigenously developed technologies to convert this crackable naphtha into petrochemical yields. Our bet is on Indolene and Indomax. These are the two combination technologies developed by our own staple, from our own staple, which we feel that they are going to take us to the targeted goal of raising the petrochemical intensity of future refineries up to at least 50% of petrochemical yields. I think with this, thank you very much. I would be more than happy to happy for some interaction at the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramkumar. I think the most interesting takeaway is new technologies getting retrofitted into existing refineries. Because the initial round of thinking was all about building new refineries with new configuration to get more petrochemical. But I think the Indolene technology, what you can see in Inmax is a little bit established technology, at least once proven in a commercially operating scale, gives the opportunity without major new investments to retrofit and try to get. By the way, from a 10% to 20% of feedstock from refining is already double our capacity globally. So I think that itself will stop the issue of feedstock shortages for all the upstream petrochemical industries. But as our secretary said, if this is able to release some feeds from existing refineries for our specialty industries, and of course that needs to be worked very closely, because you cannot flare anything which is produced if some downstream specialty is not ready yet. So I think that is an opportunity also for the specialty chemical industries to work closely with upstream, that when they are retrofitting, that there could be some release of additional feedstock which probably can, after conversion into their crackers and polymer plants, can go to specialty industries. May I request Mr. Deepak Mahurkar, who is the partner and leader for the oil and gas industry sector in PwC, to make his presentations or speech on dynamics of feedstock, exactly on the topic which you are talking. Thank you, Mr. Mahurkar.
Can somebody help me with the slide advance?
Sure. I would like to request you if you could really throw some light on that. Like in states and other countries, we have seen there is a market developed for ethylene propylene, to be very specific, right? That these are traded in the open market. There are infrastructure available, right? Why that kind of situation is not developing in India, and what could be done to develop that? I mean, you could really throw some light on that, it will be really great.
Sure. Thank you. Respected Mr. Biswas, thank you for guiding the industry. Yesterday, with all the passion that you had, today you are very specific to the industry on making opportunities available. I think I have a role to play to give rather a consolidated view of the industry needs from feedstock perspective, and what kind of planning can be done to make this happen. I want to carry on from our yesterday's session in the panel, sir, where I appealed that feedstock is a challenge to some of the downstream industries significantly. Some of the investments also have been put off because years of search for feedstocks did not realize much. And more importantly, when all of this feedstock is getting planned, it does not happen that we would like to enter into a country and an investment will happen. There is a lot of planning that goes behind. On a very lighter note, Mr. Bishwas, I wanted to throw an opportunity in front of you. Dr. Ramkumar today is not only R&D director, but he is also a business development director. Let us exploit that opportunity. I could see on the two of his slides, he is very keen to make a nice opportunity available for the industry. It's great that Indian oil-like companies are also now considering to think about feedstock availability to the rest of the industry and make sure that the ecosystem grows. I'll start with the introduction and come to some real-life examples onto this. Undoubtedly, since yesterday we have been hearing that there is market in India. On the yellowish-looking column, there is an opportunity for replacing imports, as Dr. Ramakumar said. But as I said yesterday again, that this is only what's getting produced and what's getting imported, so it's realized demand. There is so much. Mr. Vishwas, I can assure you, there are consuming industries who have unmet demands because of which their capacities are not getting utilized or capacity additions are not taking place. But also there is a latent demand. So if there are industrial zones coming up for specialty chemicals, there is bound to be much, much larger demand that's possible. And therefore, doing a bottoms-up planning from the perspective of what's going to be available from each of these feedstock producing industries, namely refinery and others. There is also an opportunity to do a bit of top-down planning, and which is where I last day's panel I left by saying that I would appeal to the government of India to not only look at what's the current situation and de-bottleneck some of the feedstock availability, but talk about what will happen after 5 years or 10 years or 15 years, including the carbon sensitivity that we have. Plan from there and come back and give a challenge to the refineries and others to say, can you make such kind of a feedstock available? There is a bit of planning today happening in the industry. We as PwC are working with some of the PCPIR states, and we can see as to what kind of a challenge that they are facing to do their road shows for chemical companies to come into those PCPIRs. The first question is being asked is feedstock, and the second obviously is utilities. And such challenges are then therefore not able to be taken forward, and therefore a top-down planning could work. More importantly, on the right-hand side, you will see there are cuts of various products that are going to be available, and those are the deficits of supplies live available, which can be replaced with indigenous supplies, and the latent demand can also be unlocked. The feedstock availability will obviously drive the new investment in petrochemical. I think every speaker is speaking about this. And from that context, as Dr. Ramakumar said, and probably some of our eminent speakers after this will also come out with their suggestions. But the most obvious one is how can we have product mix by different feedstocks? Those flexibilities, if they are built in crackers, what an amazing situation will it be to not only look at the market the way IOC said that hydrogen will come and probably, or EVs will come and undo some of the automobile demands, but also modulate the productions from value perspective. Every of the corporation, including some of the public sector undertakings here, are talking about profitability as one of the criteria. From that perspective also, look at the mixed feed cracker possibilities of making one of the feeds to the downstream industry more available, and the flexibilities that we spoke about in refinery configurations are also possible. I may not go into the technicalities as much as Dr. Ramkumar meant, but the message is clear that more flexibilities come into these configurations, more they are ready for future, there is a possibility. Let's now look at the right-hand side bubble graph. We've taken a cut for some very simple lookout, and this is just one part of the chemical industry. The ethylene and propylene derivatives are today currently suffering. You can see the bubble sizes. Both of these derivatives are running deficit for feedstocks, and these are basic, ethylene and propylene. Now, if these supplies are made available, obviously the downstream industry will develop, and therefore the planning starts from there as to what is the demand in the market, how can we get to the feedstocks, and possibility can be increased. Some of the feeds that we talked about, including naphtha, could help the situation, but in some cases it may not. I think it will also be a realistic situation to say as to what kind of port facilities do we build, what kind of transport infrastructure and supply chain do we build to even get ready for some of the imports proactively, because there is a lot of value addition going to be done in India. India is going to be used not only as a mass consumer of these chemicals, but also as a destination to do contract manufacturing rather than doing it in China or Vietnam or other places. And that opportunity also needs to be capped while we are doing feedstock management from an import logistics perspective. Moving to the next slide, the new routes are also emerging very clearly. The way we talked about the energy transition taking place and therefore possibility of maximization of feedstock from the refineries itself taking place, oil to chemicals, and even medium methodologies of transforming current configurations into newer ones is also possible. The conventional processes have taken crude through naphtha and then to chemicals. Dr. Ramkumar alluded onto it quite seriously and to the depth. He also talked about variations that are possible within that, but can we then come out of it and talk about the emerging processes in the form of integrated olefins refineries, the crude oil to direct xylenes, and crude to chemicals possibilities coming through. Now, these have been shown on the slide not as solutions or prescriptions, but to see for the audience today the magic of numbers. We saw that the petrochemicals production through the conventional process is probably 7, 8, 9%. That's where Dr. Ramkumar was also on numbers. But should we go through any of the alternative routes for the next plants that are coming through, any new capacities that are going to be put up through, then you have a possibility of getting petrochemical yields from anything from 27 to 45 or even higher, with the combinations changing for the fuel and other products to be reduced on their demands. I'll take a pause there and very happy to take any questions during question and answer session. On the question that Mr. Biswas asked about the top-down methodology of making ethylene and propylene available for the industry and building capacities on that basis, will also come through planning, sir. And that is a combination of what's getting produced in India. I think we have a fair outlook of each of these feedstocks for the next 5 years, definitely. We have a fair outlook. There will obviously be spring capacities which refineries will use at their will, and there could be some undulations in that. And under such circumstances, if we are able to build industry which is based on some specific feeds like ethylene and propylene that you mentioned, there is a possibility to even talk to them with supply chain availabilities through either PCPR, non-PCPR solutions. There are companies who have resorted to imports of these feedstock. There are more companies who are thinking about importing feedstocks in very large quantities, subject to obviously supply chain being in place, the infrastructure support being possible. So a similar situation can become possible. I would even go to the extent of saying that can we make some of those capacities which are existing outside, show to them India as a market for supply, and whatever is missing in between, create that infrastructure for ports, pipelines, and shipping methodologies to the production facilities. The port-based or peninsular India capacities will also make available. Thank you so very much. I'll take a pause here.
Thank you, Mr. Maurkar. We saw Dr. Ramkumar was explaining what's happening to the oil industry due to EV is pushing some flexibility for petrochemical production into the refineries. And the day is not far off. Europe is already ahead in legislation that there will be increasing recycling content, at least in the polymer industry, which will moderate. Western world is a very developed economy, so they are dealing with first only now circular economy. And India is double challenge. One is we have to grow, and at the same time we have to introduce circular economic concepts. So it is going to be a tight challenge for us, but I think we are very innovative and we will overcome. And that will release something coming from a lack of growth on certain sectors due to recycling increased content to the downstream specialty industry. I'm sure the market will get fixed into that kind of slot in 3, 4, 5 years' time. May I request Mr. Deepak Mehta, Chairman and Managing Director of Deepak Nitrite and also the Chairman of FICCI Chemical Committee for his views on, he has been talking about it for some years, so I invite him to share his views on this.
Good afternoon, friends. After such interesting presentations by Mr. Ramkumar and Deepak ji, I find that actually the few slides that I put have been more than covered by their presentation. And yet I would share some of these from a slightly different angle. As we all are aware that refineries that were set up in India or in the world were more directed towards getting energy and getting fuel for ensuring that things like mobility, etc., are always supported by energy. So all along, the approach for the refineries was, how do I meet up with energy needs? Today, as we see the world, we do find that more driven by sustainability, more driven by carbon emissions, the world is moving towards looking at energy options other than those that come from the refinery-based options. I mean, I would just try to remember the days when oil was discovered, and prior to that, how life was without oil, and how oil really changed the situation. Can you imagine that in the 1880s, America used to be exporting ice to India, and they used to be finding different ways and means of getting ice over here until somebody discovered how do you develop a compressor and you can chill the gas and you can make your own ice. This ice was coming from the Niagara Falls and the snow that was falling there. So this is what technology does make a huge difference and make a big change. When we are currently talking about how to reduce the CO2 emissions, I do feel one thing before I just begin my presentation, that some of these lofty ideas are really great, but we need to really see how do we move from stage to stage and then end up at that stage. For example, sir, one of the thing is, all those who have lived in Delhi have found such a significant difference after CNG has been now recommended for a lot of vehicles. And thick smog that used to be there, particularly during winter, of course it is there, but it is much more bearable now. One would strongly recommend as a policy that if this is so, how do we see that as many vehicles first can move from using diesel and petrol to actually using CNG, whether it is trucks, whether it is cars, in the next 5-10 years, till the time the newer technologies really come to help us. As rightfully said by Mr. Ramkumar, the two-wheeler industry can certainly move quickly to the EV, because batteries for two-wheelers and maybe for four-wheelers are just about possible with the size. As we go for heavier vehicles, the batteries may not be able to, as of today's technology, may not be able to reach that level. So we need to also look for solutions which could be a blend and mix of solution, and which could continue to evolve as newer technologies change. With this, I would just cover a few topics quickly. As I said, most of them have been very well covered by Mr. Ramkumar, but could just give a little slant. So the original crude to refining, and you find that refineries have been used to making refining just for the need for oil, for energy options like diesel and gasoline. In fact, we would see even right now in Bina refinery, there is nothing else that comes out of the refinery except what is required for diesel, for gasoline. But when you look at other refineries that are there, they are giving options of a number of other products. Particularly whenever a refinery has a FCC, the option of getting other derivatives like propylene, etc., does exist. So one does see that, okay, in case tomorrow as diesel and petrol demands go down, what could be the options? And one of the options was to see that even for the diesel-based refineries, We may not have FCCs, but we could still have cat crackers which can convert the olefinic naphthas to again ethylene, propylene and derivatives. And of course, the current refineries which are based on FCCs, a lot of them are now moving towards high severity FCCs, which would significantly increase the propylene and other content. And Indian Oil has been one of these companies in the world who have developed an excellent catalyst for high severity FCCs. The other issue I would like to ask is this issue about hydrogenation. All know that whatever comes in contact with humans has to be safe, and therefore there has always been a desire that wherever there is olefins or there are aromatics, how do we hydrogenate them and how do we convert them into paraffins and then use them or isomerize them so that they are safe. So a huge amount of benzene, for example, gets hydrogenated to cyclohexane, which is safe for exposure to humans, and then mixed in fuels to improve the octane number. If one has a mindset which is away from fuels, one would say that why do you want to hydrogenate benzene? Why don't you extract out the benzene? That way you bring a more valuable petrochemical intermediate and also you save hydrogen. You can always add different octane boosters instead, like MTB, etc. So this whole theme of hydrogenation is something that one needs to look at. In fact, even in a number of petrochemical crackers, whatever is not used and whatever has double bond is safe to just hydrogenate and then use it for as a safe product. But if you would ask Professor M.M. Sharma, who has been one of the best professor scientists in India, he would always say that there is greater value in valorizing these than trying to hydrogenate and killing these. Valorizing for chemical purposes. You use hydrogen when you want to use it for non-chemical purposes. So perhaps it's time for us to really look at whether we should do any hydrogenation at all in refineries and in crackers. One of the other opportunities that I do see is in refining, there are a lot of options of getting fine chemicals, high value chemicals, instead of bundling them up and again cracking them back into ethylene, propylene and polyethylene and polypropylene. We need to constantly molecular fingerprint these and see how to extract these and bring value. Each of these are actually coming and getting imported in the form of derivatives in the country. We talked about hydrogen. One option, as Mr. Ramkumar said, is that how all the hydrogen that is used produced from naphtha could be then produced from LNG or from gas, so that much naphtha becomes free. Similarly, a lot of hydrogen gets produced by way of in the crackers. And one choice is that can we really look at capturing all the surplus hydrogen and ensure that next to these crackers we set up ammonia plants so that all of the hydrogen is gainfully utilized to make ammonia and finally to make urea. While we talk about ammonia, urea and fertilizers, right now I'm told that ammonia is also one of the potential options of replacing aviation fuel, where tomorrow they may say that it's better to use ammonia, which in situ could produce hydrogen and could become a replacement for aviation fuel. This is a very, very long-term future. But ammonia, along with capturing carbon dioxide, could very well be a better way of making urea rather than trying to make it on purpose reforming of gas and then again using the CO2 back to make urea. Finally, pet coke. Instead of burning pet coke for energy, we are looking at pet coke as one of the major building sources for products like methanol, hydrogen, carbon monoxide. Each of these would give a lot of very value-added products. And India is really short of all of these. Products like acetic acid, products like dimethyl, the methanol-based derivatives, and also ammonia itself are products that are very critical to the country. We continue to import more and more ammonia because we are short of gas, and therefore pet coke, converting it to products like ammonia, could be a great contributor to Atmanirbharta. So with these few words, the idea was only to see if we could give a slant to looking at our refineries and crackers, to look at going beyond energy and also going beyond just bulk polymers like polypropylene and polyethylene. There are a large number of valuable intermediates or valuable specialty products, say for example, products like acrylonitrile, propylene oxide, etc., where India continues to be a huge importer of these products. And I'm sure that as we move towards redesigning our slate of manufacturing, more of these products would be made in India. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. May I request Mr. Avinash Sharma, who is the Managing Director for ONGC Petro Additions, and I think he is going to come and give us a view how to grow fast while all these plans are taking place. Will take time to grow. So may I request you, Mr. Avinash Sharma.
Well, good afternoon. I hope my voice is audible even with the mask. I'll pick up from the theme of the conference. India to become global chemical and petrochemical manufacturing hub, we would need standalone petrochemical plants. We need standalone crackers to come with more capacity to facilitate more production for the country. And if that has to materialize, only naphtha perhaps may not be the solution. I would like to pick up from what Deepak Mahurkar also mentioned, that for standalone crackers in the country, a mixed feed will be a better option. It provides reliability in terms of availability. You have more options apart from naphtha. You can have gas, you can have ethane propane, you can have LPG. So you develop more options. You can bring LNG and separate C2C3 here like which OPAL does, or maybe straight away bring ethane or bring propane. Propane importing and developing downstream facilities is finding more interest in India. There are projects already getting announced. However, there is not much interest so far in bringing ethane and developing standalone projects on that. Though India remains one of the major importers of ethane, but it is only by one single player. But this remains an interesting prospect. There are sourcing options now emerging more. It is largely dominated so far by US capacities, but then very soon more capacities are likely in Middle East as well as in more countries. That would provide more option for Indian industry to source ethane and develop downstream facilities Of course, there are several bottlenecks to really make it happen, and I would like to put up to Additional Secretary Mr. Biswas here that government will have to take a step forward to support infrastructure development in the country to make these imports possible. Like there are PLI schemes, perhaps for petrochemicals it will be more appropriate to develop a infrastructure development incentive scheme. And that would also partly answer the question which you raised to Deepak and to the panel, that how to make ethylene propylene available. The key to this will be to build infrastructure, and what can be done is to incentivize players who are coming forward to put up basic and core infrastructure, largely for importing, meaning thereby developing tankage and jetty and pipeline for importing these feedstocks beyond their captive composition, captive consumption. If industry players who develop these capacities beyond their captive consumption, perhaps incentivization from government would support such initiatives, and that would also facilitate more capacity as well as will make more feedstocks available for trading, which the government desires and wants to support. Quite likely, as I mentioned, this issue of importing various feedstocks and to aid more domestic production has been under discussion for quite long. What to import is perhaps I have tried to answer from my side would be ethane looks the most interesting prospect as of now. Where to import can also be a logical question next. Perhaps most simple answer will be the identified PCPIRs will be the best destination, where we should facilitate infrastructure development for import of this. One of the PCPIR, Dahej itself is the leading PCPIR, and that seems to be a right location. This is the place where already ethane is being imported in the country. There is opportunity to develop more infrastructure. There is land available to develop downstream facilities. Just to share with the audience here, Dahej ACZ is already expanding. They have spare land. A third phase of the Dahej ACZ project is already launched, where 600 hectares land has been acquired, and a large part of this land will be actually not a SEZ land, it will be available for DTA capacities. So that's what I was trying to make a point, that can be the right location maybe to augment import of ethane as well as propane. There is already significant interest in this direction. If more players come forward to put up downstream capacities, perhaps these initiatives will gain more traction and will get strengthened. Now, after answering what to import and where to import, perhaps I would like to also speak who all should rather be encouraged to come forward. And my suggestion is, Indian national oil companies have already significant assets abroad. And these assets have been primarily built for securing crude and oil. Perhaps this can be expanded. This scope can be expanded to include petrochemical feedstocks in their action plan. And perhaps those where will be the companies who can take lead in making this happen. With these few points, I suggest, or I hope, I have given some food for thought for Additional Secretary to really work upon. A decisive effort in this direction is strongly needed for India to really take a step forward in becoming a global chemical and petrochemical manufacturing hub. Thank you.
Our last speaker is a very eminent person, Mr. B. Ashok, former chairman of Indian Oil. and currently also heading this year CEO for the Ratnagiri refinery project. Mr. Ashok.
Thank you, and thank you to Petrochemicals, Department of Petrochemicals, and FICCI for giving me an opportunity. I think I have a continuity in the conference as well because I have been participating right from the very beginning. As they say, normally in these sort of sessions, either the slides get repeated or the topic itself gets repeated. So please pardon me. Number one, I'm not going to bore you with too many slides. There are only 6 slides that I have, and out of which one has already been shown by Dr. Ramkumar. So I don't think I need to explain that much. But the basic thing is, I mean, why, despite all this talk, things are not happening? You know, I think it's a question of implementation. It's a question of mindset. Some of the issues which Mr. Prabdas yesterday raised in terms of, I mean, people looking at economics and so on. So I do believe that what is really required is a mindset change, and not only in terms of how we operate as an industry, it is also about the mindset change in terms of how do we cooperate with one another. I think that's what is important. So let's go to the next slide, please. Or do I operate from here? This one? Sorry. Yeah. This is the slide which Dr. Ramkumar has shown. The message here is that, I mean, India can afford 15 crackers by 2035 as per projections. I mean, he quoted IHS, probably ours is Nexent. So all of them are showing the same direction. So there is a huge amount of gap. Partly it could get filled with all the expansions which are happening, but many of these expansions which have been factored are all hypothetical capacities, which means they are not announced capacities. It is hoped that some projects will come through, and if that hope doesn't happen, then there could be a huge gap which will be there. But personally, I believe in the India growth story, and definitely we are going to grow at much higher than the 6 to 8% GDP growth rates that we have been projecting all along. Because if we really need to reach the target of 5 trillion and 10 trillion economy and so on, I think we need a lot more of growth which has to happen. And if that growth has to happen at 1.4 times the GDP, obviously the demand for petrochemicals, chemicals will have to be substantially higher. Now, just to give you an example, the likely shortfalls of basic building blocks, if you look at propylene, by 2030 is about 2.6 million tons. If you look at ethylene, it is 17 million tons shortfall. Similarly, when you look at others like propylene oxide, it doesn't seem to be much in terms of a context, but it is a large quantity, and so is the case with ethylene oxide. So is the case with most of the building blocks, that India is going to be having tremendous shortfall of all the basic building blocks. Now, what can be done to improve the feedstock? I mean, there are multiple options available to us as an industry, but one of the first things is obviously integration of petrochemical with refinery, which Dr. Ramkumar has spoken, others have also spoken. We had a mindset that crude was meant to produce fuels all these days because we needed fuels. Today the mindset has changed that, I mean, we need to produce petrochemicals also because for our own sustainability as a business. We are not looking at a great option for fuels for future. But let me say that I still strongly believe that fuels are also required in this country. So we need to build refineries. We need to build refineries which are integrated refineries so that we can switch as and when the demand for fuels, vacillates. That is the idea of this. The second thing is an integrated refinery and petrochemical complex gives you the option of much higher quantities of feedstocks as compared to any of the other things. We don't talk of thousands of tons or hundreds of tons. In the refining industry, we talk about millions of tons, right? So even if you are talking about propylene production or ethylene production, we say 2.5 million tons, 3 million tons, world scale cracker is, minimum 1.6 million ton steam cracker and so on, and we talk of multiple crackers. So we are talking of huge quantities, and for meeting the demand gaps as I have proposed, we have to look at integration of refinery and petrochemicals as a complex. So that is the first principle where you can get maximum quantities. The second most important thing is a robust ecosystem which is required. See, it is not a question of just the refineries acting as an anchor and producing building blocks. It is the downstream industries are also going to build building blocks. So unless the refineries are able to supply certain building blocks for the downstream industry, further building blocks are not going to be produced, which is what Mr. Mehta has also alluded to. But there are lots of streams from the refineries which can come out. I mean, today, basically the refiners look at, I mean, what can go into MS pool, what can go into diesel pool, what can go into some other pool, and so on, right? So the question of how do we really segregate those specialized streams and then supply. I mean, there are lots of issues, economics, whether it's viable, what sort of infrastructure we need to create, all those things are issues, but basically a complete ecosystem where we develop concurrently the downstream. Because one of the things which have gone wrong with our planning is that everything we have looked at in series. Nothing is in parallel. Let the refinery come. After the refinery comes, after 10 years, we will set up a downstream industry. So this has been the mentality because basically the refineries have come for producing fuels. So today, at least, we can't afford any project without a concurrent parallel development of a downstream cluster or infrastructure. That is probably one of the significant handicaps that India suffers from. I mean, when we look at Jurong or when we look at Rotterdam and all that, there is a huge amount of a downstream industry setup which has come up concurrently. So that is something which as planning, whether it's the government or whether it's the proponents of the project, we need to really look at it, a robust ecosystem. Partnerships and alliances, which Mr. Verma was also saying, I mean, how do we really get into partnerships in terms of getting the feedstocks? Okay. You can import ethane, propane and so on, but then all these are very, very volatile. I mean, yesterday somebody was alluding to have a light diet only for your refineries. See, we can do that. When we were setting up refineries 10 years back, we thought that the more we have heavier diet, the better it is for the refinery, returns. GRMs are better because the heavy crudes are cheaper and the lighter crudes are expensive. That used to be our mindset. So we were trying to bring down the APIs of the refineries, typically. But we saw over the last few years, at points of time, the heavier crudes were even more expensive than the lighter crudes, because there was an excess supply of lighter crudes. So some of these things, we have to look at it not from an immediate perspective, we have to look at it from a long range perspective. So we need to look at diets, and I think as a country, we cannot afford to design any facility looking at one source of supply of feedstock. We have to have multiple sources of supply. We need to build in our flexible technologies in such a way that we are able to look at some of those things. When we set up refineries in 60s and 70s, okay, this was based on Iranian crude, that was based on some other crude, Saudi Arabian crude, and all that was all right. But over time, we have actually enlarged the number of crudes that we could process in the refineries. So today we are in a much better position. Same is the case with the petrochemical manufacturer as well. There are certain non-traditional, hydrocarbon feedstocks which are available. I mean, some of these things which have been talked about, whether you talk of methanol to olefins or whether you talk of coal to olefins. Obviously, India has to focus a lot more on coal to olefins because we are blessed with a lot of coal. And coal industry should be most worried about what happens to their future, but I don't know really. But coal to olefins is something, but that is for people like SABIC and others, who are the technology suppliers. They have to provide those technologies to see that some of these conversions are possible. And alternative hydrocarbon feedstocks are also available. I mean, you have bio and other chemicals. But as I said, the quantities of all these things are going to be very, very small. When compared to what can be made available from a refinery, these quantities are going to be very, very small. So basically, a robust ecosystem with close integration of petrochemical and downstream industry players is absolutely critical to solve the feedstock problem. Well, when you look at the intensity, which we have been talking about, basically all the refinery projects in the country had extremely low integration. We talk of low integration, less than 5%. many of the refineries in the country are even less than 0.5% at this point of time. But yes, over the last few years, many refineries are trying to see what sort of value addition we can do in terms of petrochemical integration. But medium integration is where they are switching to. I mean, most companies today are talking about 12% to 15% of all our refinery assets by 2030 and so on. So this is the proposed thing. But even that is a medium integration where we can set up greenfield projects by like the project that I'm currently working on. We are talking of something like 30% plus of petrochemical intensity, whereas crude to chemicals is definitely talking about more than 70%. Mr. Ramkumar talked about how some of these technologies can be integrated to at least produce more than 50% at this point of time itself. But when you talk of these integrations, one needs to remember that it is extremely, extremely expensive. Today, a pure play refinery itself costs anything from about 3,500 to 4,000 crores per million ton to set up. And if you're talking of an integrated project with something like even a 25 to 30% petrochemical intensity, it costs you not less than 8,000 crores per million ton. So when you're talking of large complexes, one needs to realize that it means there is a huge amount of investment which needs to be made. You can make your own calculations, even to set up a 10, 15 million ton integrated project, what should be the sort of a capex which has to go into such projects. So which are the key drivers for this cost to be so much high? Number one, licensing cost, technologies. Number two, the additional infrastructure requirements which are to be built in. I mean the storage, the logistics and so on. Even if you're looking at specialized streams from refinery, the basic problems are it's easier to dump the stream into MS or HSD pool rather than create a separate tank for storage, separate pumping system for that. How do you really extract it out from the column? All those things are adding costs and complexities to the refinery operation. That's why traditionally people have not been doing it. So these costs are also pushing up. Higher project execution capability, obviously leading to higher EPC. I mean, the EPC contractors may be very happy about it, but the integration means that there is a huge amount of costs on execution and higher utility and HSE costs. I mean, these are also important. You are not only talking about the number of storage tanks and others which needs to go up, you are also talking in terms of the safety, the environment, the sustainability issues which needs to be built into any new complex today. All these are tremendously new. Like when we are looking at a new greenfield project, why do we need so much of land? Because as per the mandate today, 1/3 of the area has to be kept for greening. So if you take 10,000 acres, I mean 3,500 acres will have to be set up for greening. You can't avoid it, obviously, because you are looking at sustainability of the future. But compared to earlier projects, it means that you need much more land for doing any project of scale today. So there are three key areas. I think this is probably my last slide. Three key areas. Number one, of course, the regulatory. Why I'm saying these are key areas is that, I mean, it's quite impossible for any individual promoter to even set up a large-scale project today the way the numbers look at. I mean, there could be some groups like, of course, the Reliance, etc. They are looking at big numbers. But even for them, today setting up a 15 million ton integrated project with costing about 8,000 crores per million ton, it's a huge, huge cost. So one of the things which needs is how do we really look at the incentives for project-specific infrastructure, as some of my colleagues pointed out. How do you lower the effective tax regime? I mean, today also there are issues. I mean, there are some products which are in GST, some products which are not in GST. I know one of the refineries in the south where they have outsourced the hydrogen manufacturer to somebody outside, but then when you are supplying LNG to them, it is not part of GST, so you can't take input tax credit. So there are lots of such issues which, as a government, it needs to be resolved. I mean, we are all hoping that ultimately everything will come under GST, but how long can you hope? There are issues of streamlining approvals, accelerated land acquisitions. Like Mr. Prabhudas yesterday was mentioning, land is available in plenty, but then the process of acquisition is a real trouble. So we need to look at all these things. If we are looking at Atmanirbhar Bharat, and then how can we as a country stop depending on imports and produce ourselves, a lot of these things need to be streamlined. I mean, despite all the rankings and improvements, at the ground level, leadership may be saying anything, but at the ground level, whether things are working, as per those plans. I think it is for us to examine them. From an ecosystem and infrastructure perspective, see today anybody who comes from outside India, he says, can I do a plug and play? Everybody is looking at plug and play. That means you need proper developed land, you need utilities, you need to get power, you need to get water. His basic focus is how do I set up my plant? So when you are struggling to do all these things, I mean even to build a a housing complex of your own so that people can be accommodated and all that, these are issues which are a problem in our country still. So we need a plug and play infrastructure. The second thing is, as I said, we need to concurrently develop the industrial cluster, because I think one thing which everybody will understand is we can't afford time to lapse. Earlier days we could set up a refinery, wait for 10 years, and then some downstream industry will come and all that. Today everything is changing. Nobody knows whether our industry itself is going to remain for long. So you need to do things parallelly, and so cluster development becomes extremely important. Ownership model innovations like BOO, BOOT, etc. is required to make the whole thing more, or I would say, reduce the capital risk for the original proponents. Innovations to drive down licensing costs, further advancements of crude to chemicals. Obviously, technology side, lot of things are happening, but many more will be happening, will need to happen. And more importantly, advancement in carbon capture and use. I mean, it is carbon capture and use is the critical thing. It's not a question of just dumping the carbon dioxide under the ground. I mean, you may use it for upstream companies if you can integrate it properly and all that. But ultimately, as Mr. Ramanjulu mentioned, you need to find a value in that carbon. I mean, there are options which are available. So the short point of what I'm saying is, let there be integrated planning, let there be a concurrent and integrated development of an industrial area. If a fertilizer plant can be situated next to a greenfield refinery, this thing, it is not for the naphtha which is going to be supplied. It is how do you integrate in terms of ammonia production, how do you integrate in terms of urea production, all those things. How do you reduce your overall utility costs so that you can have common this thing? How do you reduce your safety costs? I don't have to have a separate fire engine, he doesn't have to have a separate fire engine. All that can be really optimized on those things. I think all this will point to a lot of mindset change and a lot of policy dispensations which needs to happen for the whole thing to succeed. I'm sure India has the opportunity and the potential to absorb this industry's expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ashok, for that optimistic ending. I think this is a hands-on experience which is giving us insights, what's the complexity and how can we get over. I don't think we have time to take any questions. We have run over time. There is another session coming up. May I request our Additional Secretary, Mr. Samir Kumar Biswas, to give a few closing remarks. And thank you. Yeah.
I really thank all the speakers in this panel. Really throwing up a lot of thought-provoking issues and how the industry should look forward, what kind of planning is required, what kind of policy support could be required. So they really need to be worked in further detail to basically come up with the specifics of policy prescription that could really be useful. If FICCI can really take up that as a post-event activity to work out some kind of strategy, that will be really good. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we please step for a photograph together?
We now move ahead to the second part of this session, which is to felicitate the speakers and the moderator with the felicitation memento. So may I request Shri Samir Kumar Biswas sir to felicitate our speakers. So Dr. SSV Ramakumar, Director R&D and P&BD. Mr. Deepak Mahurkar. Mr. Deepak C. Mehta. Mr. Avinash Verma. Mr. B. Ashok. Mr. Janardhan Ramanujalu. I now request Mr. Deepak Mehta sir to felicitate Sri Samir Kumar Biswas. Thank you very much to all of you for taking out time for this session. We now move ahead to the second session of day 2, which is supply chain disruptions in the chemicals and petrochemicals industry and way forward, for which I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Ramchandran, Country Head and Managing Director, Arkema India, who will be joining us virtually. Welcome, sir. I request Mr. Puneet Goyal, Associate Director, Oil and Gas Industry Practice, PwC India, to kindly come on the dais. I request Mr. Sagar Kaushik, Chief Operating Officer, UPL Limited, to join us on the dais. Mr. Shohab Rais, Chief Operating Officer, Indian Chemical Business, Tata Chemicals Limited, to please come on the dais. I now request Mr. Suresh Ramchandran sir to kindly take ahead this session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I hope I'm audible to everybody there. Firstly, good afternoon, everybody. And must thank FICCI and also the Ministry of Chemicals to have invited me to be moderating this forum. It's a panel of very distinguished guests there. And I'm really proud to be moderating this session. I'm very honored. I also apologize that I'm not be able to being present there physically, and I'm joining it virtually from Mumbai due to some personal constraints. And thank you for accommodating me in this virtual forum. Okay, today's topic of supply chain and disruptions, I think is probably the current most hot topic which the industry has been facing, especially in the last 18 months. I think history will tell us that supply chain probably will have a pre-COVID effect, a COVID effect, and a post-COVID effect, which we are yet to see. I think COVID has done a remarkable transformation for the supply chain industry. A lot of challenges, And there have been some very key impacts. Reliability is a problem today, cost, and as well as visibility. And just to give a small example, I think as part of the chaos theory, we all probably understood what was the term called the butterfly effect. As per that butterfly effect, a butterfly flapping its small wings in one part of Asia is probably enough to create a cyclone or a hurricane somewhere in North America. And I think we are witnessing that right now in the supply chain industry. There have been a lot of disruptions. COVID has created a lockdown effect. Then there was a calendar effect. As some economies were reviving earlier from COVID, other economies were going down because of the vaccination program being different at different places. And then there has been the big effect in the supply chain. So very, very complex problems today facing the industry. And I think many aspects of supply chain, ocean freight costs, availability of containers, availability of vessel schedules has completely gone haywire. We have clearly seen in the last year that when demand has been on one side, the containers and boxes have been saddled on some other side. And I think clearly demand forecasting has been a very big problem for the supply chain professionals. And I think going forward, I think that is going to be a key factor. How do we forecast a clear supply chain demand and the supply? And on this aspect, now we have distinguished guests on the dais, and I would like to introduce the first guest, that is Puneet Goyal. Puneet is an associate director in the oil and gas industry of PwC India. He is a mechanical engineer and specialized in finance and operations, and a certified supply chain professional. He's been advising a lot of companies, both on the oil and petrochemicals field, in areas of supply chain transformation, especially, which is going to be a key topic today. So may I invite Mr. Puneet Goyal to make his presentation.
Hi, I'm audible. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Puneet Goyal, and I will be making a context on supply chain. As sir has talked about, supply chain disruptions, particularly in the petrochemical industry, has been classified into 3 eras. One is pre-COVID eras, where we look at overall supply chain. It was a global supply chain. Materials were moving from parts of China, US to Europe. Suppliers are across all over the world, and that was a common trend. COVID created a major disruption factor on the supply chain. So what are the impact COVID has? COVID actually forces people to rethink on the future, and there's a couple of impact that happens along with the COVID. One is the global movement of the supply chain, the freight, the ships have reduced, resulting in a lot of petrochemical companies were out of the stocks. Some of the refineries in the US itself has reduced down and even shut down, which resulted in lack of paraffin, naphtha into the other industries. There was also a fall in the oil price. Along with the COVID, there was a massive oil price slump, which has resulted, again, in a massive disruption of the supply chain. Previously, prior to the COVID, we were talking about a mega trend of global supply chain, very, very integrated supply chain. Now that trend itself is changing. One of the report done by BCG identified few of the mega trends that is now completely reversing. And one is globalization of supply chain is now becoming more and more localization. Supplier reliability, supplier risk assessment are the new areas that are coming up. Can we go to slide back? Sorry, how do I? Can move the slide back? Okay. Okay. And this is next, right? Yeah. So as we're talking about the COVID, we've seen the significant impact on the petrochemical supply chain. Again, unfortunately, what we see in the supply chain is just the beginning. So if you talk about a few of the examples of what happens in the pre-COVID era, overall petrochemical industry was growing at a fast pace. I think global growth was about 8%, and from 62 million tons, it has reached about 102 million tons of advantage feedstock. It was an entire global supply chain. There was a dependency and concentration on the few players to provide for most of the feedstocks. So there was a key supplier risk and a concentration of the suppliers. One of the challenges we had seen in the COVID was there was a lack of visibility on the supply chain. Where my supplies are coming, where my feedstocks are coming, where my other raw materials are coming, there is a lack of visibility on that. And that has created a significant impact. Now, during my conversation with one of the petrochemical companies in India, one of the areas we found out that they are looking more to become Atmanirbhar, more indigenous procurement of naphtha rather than global procurement. So a few years back, they were taking about 20% of their requirement from domestic, and about 80% of naphtha were imported. Now it's almost about 50-50. And that's a key trend we have seen COVID to bring. But even after the COVID, once the COVID phase is over, the supply chain shocks has not yet gone through, completely evaporated. Now the recent event, what we are seeing, we see the supply chain shocks are increasing, and I talk about the container shortage. So recently, almost all of the petrochemical companies are facing a problem that there is not enough containers. The price of the container have gone up. So just to give you an example, one of the consulting reports that came out compare the price of the container currently with a year back. So a 40-feet container is now costing something close to $6,000, which is a year back is about 38% cheaper. So the price of container goes up. There is not enough container in the market, and those containers that are there are at the wrong positions. So a lot of containers are needed to go from China to Europe to US, but not enough containers are going into the China. So the shipping companies are facing a challenge of how do those containers movement happens? How do I make the supply chain work? Now, all of this, even in the post-COVID era, the supply chain disruption has resulted in petrochemical companies paying a very high premium to their suppliers, or they are having a significant wait time in which they are either increasing the storage capacity or finding out other mechanisms to reduce the shock. Overall, so what we're seeing is the few of the factors that are coming up mega trends in now COVID petrochemical industries, particularly in the context of supply chain. One of the trend is localization, as I earlier talked about. Companies and petrochemical companies particularly are going to rely on local suppliers close to their geographies rather than overall global suppliers to the extent possible to reduce the risks of country level movement as well as trade wars risk movement. The second mega trend that has been coming up very particularly for suppliers is to digitalization. So a digitalization supply chain visibility becomes absolutely essential element for making a supply chain work. Multiple solutions, again, consulting companies, technology companies are coming up. Even petrochemical companies are looking how to digitalize. A study by BCG has shown that only 20% of petrochemical companies have what they defined as digital supply chain. So about 80% of petrochemical companies are still to move towards digitalization, and that's one of the mega trends that would define success in future. So with this context now, I would like to invite next panelist to talk about what are the challenges they are facing on the supply chain side and how are they managing it.
Okay, I would like to now introduce the next participant, next guest, Sagar Kaushik, who's the Chief Operating Officer of United Phosphorus Limited. Sagar is a veteran in the agrochemical industry with 35 years of experience. As everyone knows, UPL has been a top leading agrochemical company, not only in India, but also globally. And Sagar himself has also been part of other multinational companies in the past, having worked outside India in Singapore, Germany, Thailand, and has strong experience in global research as well as global development. Over to you, Sagar.
So thank you very much. Let me try to justify the experience just being spoken. So I will only like to actually add what Puneet has just given his brief about the situation as far as during the COVID and the post-COVID is concerned. But I think we need to be all feeling proud that as a petrochemical industry, we are here to solve this issue. We are here to respond quickly to the challenges which we have faced, and I think it is proven that the crisis could be creatively converted into the opportunities. That is really the whole last 18 months, and our industry has come up quite well in terms of the response and redesigning the structures to deal with such challenges. We already have seen a significant difference in our response-based solutions from COVID wave 1 to COVID wave 2. But still it is good to reflect on some of the experiences, and let me try my hand on, yeah, so go back, yeah. So here you see in the COVID-1, the phase 1 or the wave 1, you see there is definitely in terms of the volumes of the chemicals, which in this slide I have broken them horizontally into the chemicals part and the petrochemical part. So if you look at the above part, which is the chemical part, you see, yes, there is almost 6.5% volume reduction which happens in the wave 1. But also we have segmented that on the multiple subsectors of the chemicals, and you see the highest impact which took place into the inorganic chemicals, like phosphorus. And this was linked to the complete shutdown of some of these sectors, which is like the mining sectors, etc., where the phosphorus, those linked situation, they brought down. And it is primarily driven by the demand destruction, which happened very quickly and for the period. So, but on the other hand, we also have good example within our, the chemical side is of agrochemical, where we were able to register a strong growth, and these two things give, is the level of priority. Is the level of the priority given by the entire value chain? I would say yes, the government was extraordinarily responsive to that, but I think also the entire value chain responded very well, formally as well as informally. And therefore, those sectors like agrochemicals, they were identified to be the essential services within a couple of days' time. So the response, you see that actually that sector has grown almost by 32%. The whole agriculture, which is of course absolutely clear that it is the essential service, essential need. So therefore, the agrochemical sector actually was much more positive. Then you see on the other side, there is a reduction of about 3.5% in the petrochemicals. And in the petrochemical, again, those industries, like the synthetic fiber, where you see basically linked to the textile industry, they were quite significantly impacted. Also the plastics and the performance plastics, which are linked largely to the packaging industry, both for the consumer industry as well as the industrial side. So those got also impacted. Going to, yeah. So here we are able to see that basically both the export and the import also had the significant impact. Again, if you look at the import, it is almost 32%. It came down, and this import is again driven by the demand. So the demand-driven, the impact has been much stronger for import than the exports that we were able to manage. And again, the consumer-driven and the offices were shut, so service sector was shut. So you see the impact very quickly taking place on that. Now, this gives you some kind of a parameter that which are the minus, which are the plus, very quickly one could have a look there. That, you know, the areas which, let's say the negative side, you see the halt in the production took place, manpower availability. I don't want to just repeat because this has been already spoken. So let me go into one or two areas which Puneet has not covered. Like on the positive side, you know, some of the innovative models have appeared in the petrochemical sector. And I'll give you at least one example that, you know, in terms of the licensing, in terms of the technology transfer from abroad to us, to the sector, I think initially we thought, and in the past it used to be, that there would be number of visits which will happen for the technology transfer. 5, 6 visits will happen. But I think this became much more convenient. Everybody realized the need of the hour, and digitally all these transfers were able to take place via the calls, via the MS Team meetings or other modes of the communication, and successfully. And it shortened the time. It brought up the trust. So I think there are some innovative areas which have come up, and they are going to stay for a longer period. So they are sustainable solutions. Remote functioning, which I think we all have experienced, the way we link with our customers or with our vendors, I think those areas have become also extraordinarily relevant, which were to a large extent absent earlier. The government support and policies, I think extraordinary response was there, I already stated. And the boost in demand for these specialty chemicals, I think this realization has come. Otherwise, as a part of the chemicals, India has been focusing more on the basic chemicals, excepting for the fine chemicals like pharmaceuticals or agrochemicals. But when you look at the other plethora of the large other sectors of the specialty chemicals, I think this realization and the boost is coming both for the domestic as well as the export market. I will touch that a little later again. Going forward, so basically, if you look here, the disruption, again, as I said, somewhere there was a growth, but at the same time, the downturn was also there. And therefore, these were converted into the opportunities, like the adjustment in the product mix, which took place across the value chain, and the new products, the new options were identified by the value chains. Similarly, the development, when you talk about the supply chain, the issue, of course, is the non-availability of the imported products, and therefore this resulted that the domestic production, the end-to-end manufacturing part, those kind of policy drives which were brought out by the DCPC, and the industry very well participated, almost created the list of the chosen 100 products, roughly I am saying, that becoming the part of the policy, and the work is still going on. But I think the trust level between the industry and the government, both responding to the challenges together, I think this has been a great opportunity which will continue for the years. And some bold steps on end-to-end manufacturing have taken place in terms of the investment, capacity building, and the PLI in certain sectors, which is already visible. Manpower, labor issue already have been spoken, and the shift in the geopolitics, I think it is coming much more in favor. Two things that, of course, is India has become already a China plus option, if I have to say. But if you break it down into some of these specific specialty chemical sectors, I think India has a much higher opportunity in terms of the quality, in terms of the reliability, sustainability business to be developed, but we need to be competitive. And this will only happen if we start to really think in terms of the value chain. Today, I personally feel that the petrochemical part is one value chain and the downstream chemical is another value chain. I think that also requires the integration. Some of the earlier presentation I saw in terms of the refineries, the modeling of the refineries is also changing, that they become more sustainable because they are all not only thinking about the feedstock, but feedstock plus, and then what? In terms of infrastructure, in terms of the technologies, I think this evolution will get accelerated if we really create a complete end-to-end value chain to deal with the policies. So that's a sort of a suggestion. And the other part of the geopolitics is that geopolitics, when you combine with the freight cost, with the shipment issues which are taking place, non-availability of the containers, etc. So when you combine these two things, I think India's Asia focus becomes also more relevant. That means, are you strong in your near markets? So whether it is South Asia or beyond entire Asia Pacific, I think those opportunities also we need to gain. And with this, I will just like to mention that our industry, the chemicals and petrochemicals, have been successfully come out and much more ready for dealing with such a crisis because we have redesigned the processes. We know that how quickly, what respond, etc., need to be there. And therefore, I think to move forward, we continue to need more investment. We need more capacity building to happen. And this will happen with the end-to-end manufacturing so that we are competitive to deal both for our domestic requirements and for the exports. So with this, I'd like to just say thank you for listening to me. Thanks a lot.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Sagar. Actually, Puneet had set a nice context about rethinking localization and digitalization. And Sagar, I think, brought it out nicely how they actually implemented it at the ground level. And I think key note from Sagar was that crisis is an opportunity. And I must just, before introducing Shoaib, I must tell you that having been part of this chemical industry for the last 30 years, I've never seen the industry working so closely together, especially in 2020, April, May, and March, when we were all having a crisis. The way the chemical and petrochemical industry got together, along with the government, both with the Ministry of Chemicals, the Ministry of Shipping, and how issues were addressed, how essential services were restarted, I think was a great eye-opener for me personally, and I think for the industry. And I think COVID has brought this industry much more together across industry, especially on supply chain. And I think I'm really proud to be part of that. The next speaker is Shoaib Rais, Chief Operating Officer of the Indian chemical business at Tata Chemicals. Again, a veteran with 30 years work experience across consumer electronics, chemicals, and power plants. He's been leading the sales and marketing of chemical business for Indian and African operations there. And he's also worked on a lot of CapEx projects, successfully created many brands even out of commodities, and has especially done some pioneering work in fields of franchised service model, branding of customer service. We look forward to listening to you, Mr. Rice. Over to you.
Thanks, thank you. Eminent speakers here on the stage and industry leaders, experts, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So on supply chain disruptions, especially for chemicals and petrochemicals, other speakers have already talked about how innovative solutions came during the year when disruption happened and how we tried to cope up with the situation and supported our customer bases and handled our business as well. So with that, if we look at supply chain disruptions, how global supply chain disruption in recent times started. See, it started with China. This red line is China. Started slightly end of 2019 with COVID, and then there was after some lag it came to Eurozone and US and all other regions also. Then there was some relief. Again, this disruption started because of second wave, third wave, because of shipping issues, because of container availability issues, because of port congestion issues. All put together, it continued to be there even now as we speak. And the most affected region was Europe. Second most affected region was US. And when these happened, so these 3 years get reflected here in these 3 years. So with these disruptions happen, the customer service levels or the delivery levels at the receiving points started getting impacted. The lower you go, the delays of deliveries it talks about. So these disruptions have been significantly impacting the businesses across sectors. The most impacted was, say, aerospace and automotive. Almost about 42% of a year EBITDA over a period of 10 years has been lost by the organizations. And if you look at chemicals, chemicals is slightly better down here at about 35% EBITDA loss, which translates to about $1 billion in NPV over 10 years. So that's a significant value loss over 10 years for chemical sector, 1 billion, and overall also as an impact of this supply chain disruption that has happened. With this supply chain disruption, people started looking at what do we do, how do we handle this, and how do they remove or they minimize the over-dependence of China. And here if you look at in 2017, when about 4% people were talking about reducing investments in China, it jumped to 26% in 2020. So a lot of people started talking about reducing investments in China. That means that China plus one strategy people were working at. And another way, when we look at actual investment, almost about 50% investment people were talking about 2 years back, which moved to about 27%, significantly reduced. So China stopped being the most, it remained the most one, but the attractiveness of China started reducing and people started looking at China plus one strategy. And when this was being done, the most attractive manufacturing destinations after China, India came as number 2. So very, very important measure here. So India becoming number 2 most attractive destination for investments, coupled with people trying to move out of China, coupled with disruptions we looked at in the previous slide. Now with all this, world trade is expected to see a significant structural change. And some of the experts are talking about, I have read a couple of reports where they were talking about from northern hemisphere, the concentration of trade will go to southern hemisphere, where Asia, India, Asian countries will start playing more roles than from China it going to Europe and US. Today we are at a stage where China was in 2006. Today means 2019 I am talking about. Last year was slightly disrupted, so that may not be the benchmark here. So 2,100 rupees, $2,100 at as per capita GDP. China was in 2006, and we are there now. And between 2006 and 2019, China has moved from 14% to 40% of chemical share in global chemicals. So significantly they have jumped. So we are there, and then we have second most investment destination, everything built in there. So with this change, structural change, we are poised to gain, and we should be able to gain significantly here. Specifically, if you look here, India, in pharma, agrochem and dye pigments, almost 4 to 6% of global trade we are there. So very, very good share here. There are other areas where we still need to actually catch up. So how do we do that? First is that how do we ensure that we are insulated, or we are protected, or we are guarded against supply chain disruptions ourselves? Because if our operations are not able to withstand supply chain disruptions, how do we service our customers? How do we grow our business? So that's one of the very important things which we need to look at for our own organization. And then how do we support our customer organization with this supply chain disruptions? So some of the areas which we can look at is invest to absorb supply chain shocks. How do we invest to absorb supply chain shocks? How do we do that? Both in terms of building sourcing capability locally and also multiple sourcing. So we don't depend on one vendor, we depend on multiple vendors, and also try to bring as much local as possible. So supply chain disruptions impact minimizes for us. Innovative contracting system. So we have many times we have contracting system where we are, it's difficult to wriggle out of that. So innovative contracting system we can build with the vendors, so that in cases where we are not able to get support from them, we are able to run our organizations, our businesses effectively without getting risk of disruption. And use of technology, we should increase dependence on technology, more and more of connectivity with our vendors. And actually we should look at end-to-end, because here also if you look at on the other side, we should look at end-to-end technology connection and connectivity seamlessly, so we are able to see what our vendors are doing, where things are there any shocks expected. We should use artificial intelligence so that there's no disruption. And we are also able to give the same transparently, same visibility to our customers, so that they are able to see what's happening, and we are also able to see what's their planning, whether any modulation is required into our production systems. So that becomes a very strong base for customers also to gain confidence into our supply chains, and they also feel de-risked from disruptions. And then we should also look at what are the government incentives available, what are the blocks, trading blocks where we have preferential duties, how do we change to those kind of blocks so that we are competitively placed, our cost of manufacturing goes down, which helps us support our customers and grow our business. And one thing which is coming up, which is net zero. There are many customers who are going for net zero. They have declared their ambitious targets, they have declared their roadmaps, some of them have declared roadmaps, all of them have, and many of customers have still not gone to net zero type of thing, but over a period of time everybody will be there. So how do we, when we try to meet their net zero targets, with their net zero requirement, how do we ensure that our backend and our operations and our supply chain system is also geared to do that? Because scope 3 emissions will come from our supply chain partners. So very important that we slowly build those capabilities within our supply chain. And some of the things I already covered for our customers, but for our customers to gain confidence that there will be zero or no or minimum impact of supply chain disruptions from us, then we'll have to build facilities, regional facilities closer to them, so that supply chain disruption, long distance supply chains, we don't build for them. So that's one confidence which is very important for them. And we have to look at both flexibility of product ranges. So if demand or if requirement of a particular product line is, or particular product is going down and another one is going, so we are able to seamlessly, very easily change over within our system. So that's very important. That also gives a lot of confidence to our customers. Digital systems I talked about. Then then what are the key enablers? A lot of these things have been discussed in the sessions in the morning. So I'll not talk too much on that, but self-sufficient and reduce imports. Many products have been discussed in the morning. Couple of examples I talked here about methanol, acetic acid, soda ash, carbon black. Also think global. We need to build world-scale capacities. Unless we build world-scale capacities, people will not have confidence in diverting to us, because many of the customers have their operations across the globe, and their operating scales are very, very high. So unless we build capacities to give them confidence that we are able to meet their requirement of global scale production, it will be difficult for them to get that confidence. So very, very important point here. And then develop in-house cutting-edge technologies. Very important to invest into R&D so that we are able to give solutions, products which are competitive and good. A couple of examples I have written, which we have done from our R&D. We have done about 130 patents we applied for, and a couple of them HDS and fermentation technologies which we have actually commercialized in 2 of our new plants which we have built in. Then digital, I talked about. We use circular economy, which is very important. I talked about net zero. Apart from being net zero, there are a lot of other advantages of circular economy. It reduces cost. It helps us generate almost zero or maybe zero waste, solid waste or liquid waste. Very important point here. How do we work along with government? Many of these things talked about in the morning, so I'll not take too much time here. One point here I would want to talk about is everybody is talking about moving away from fossil fuel, and the first in stages, Mr. Mehta talked about in the morning that we should look at it in stages. So we can't possibly move directly from fossil fuel to green energy. So if it has to be stages, and he also talked about same LNG, and if it has to be LNG, both he talked about LNG for vehicles, but here it is for industries. And if people have to move from coal to gas, and then as a first step, and then go to green energy as a second stage, it's very important that LNG infrastructure is built across the country. And also at the same time, LNG is available at competitive rates, because today the LNG rates, if you know, or many of you definitely know, is almost imported LNG is almost 3 times the domestic LNG which is available. So that becomes a deterring factor for people to move. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Shoaib. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you, Shoaib. I think you got some very key point there, linking supply chain to making India as an attractive destination for investment. I think that's a very important factor. We've been wanting India to grow like China, but I think the supply chain problems today, I think, give us an opportunity for India. Earlier, I think the thinking was that buy maximum supply at the cheapest price. But I think today, I think the world wants a resilient and reliable supply at an optimal cost without compromising on sustainability or the green effect. And I think India stands poised to capture that. So I think it's a great opportunity for India. Even these supply chain problems, for the next 5-10 years, I think it's a great opportunity for us. And I would now like the session to be concluded by Shri Kanishkant Srivastava, Director of Chemicals in the Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. May I request you, sir, to come and give us your concluding remarks.
Thank you, Surajji, for giving me this opportunity to conclude the session. Supply chain disruption, it is really a very important topic which was to be covered in this event. And due to this COVID outbreak, there has been a number of challenges which were put forth before each and every country of this world. And especially in India, we have been adversely affected too. And in the scenario during that period, the growth which was with GDP growth, our GDP growth declined from 2 up to -8%. That was really a setback for the country. And now after the COVID, after the vaccination the government took up, and after the opportunities which have been again coming to the country, and the country has and industry has really has been resilient and good enough so to come up after this COVID outbreak, and the growth path is already we are already on the growth path, and the World Bank and other international agencies are also giving a very handsome growth rate to India. And in terms of what we have lost during this period due to COVID impact is there, but due to this industry has also supported the government as well in this in fighting with the COVID, and we also expect that in this scenario has given us an opportunity as well, because the world is now looking for the alternate places where the manufacturing hubs can be established. So India is one of the promising destination now, and also we in the department are also working to help the investors to really set up the plants, and we are ready, and we are making the shelf of projects so that, and we are also helping the industry to really get the regulations, regulatory compliance done by the concerned other departments also. So for that thing that we are also extending supports, and we wish that in near future we will be out of the bad time. The opportunity which were available before COVID period will now, I feel, will again be available, and Sagar Kaushik ji has really positive, has given a very good thing that apart from the negative aspects which have come from the COVID impact, we need to look at the positive aspects as well. And how we can capitalize on these positive aspects, this is up to our approach for future. And the over dependency on imports, and so even in some of the basic medicines, raw material were not available in the country. So those things are really there, which we should look into that, so that in future if such circumstances arrive, then we can be in a better position to fight with these kind of circumstances. With these remarks, I really conclude my session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, each one of you. So now we are moving ahead. So I request Dr. K.K. Srivastava to come forward for giving the felicitation moment to our speakers. So request Mr. Sagar Kaushik, Chief Operating Officer, to please come forward. Mr. Shoaib Rai. Mr. Puneet Goyal. I request Mr. Sagar Kaushik to please give a felicitation moment to Dr. K.K. Srivastava. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Suresh Ramchandran, for joining in virtually. So here we conclude the second session for today. I request all of you to please proceed for the lunch. We will be starting the session 3 at 2:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me now?
Yeah, hi, it was much better.
Just a second, I'm not able to. Yeah, you're visible.
Yeah.
Just wanted to check the audio and visual.
Lighting is okay?
I'm Samida this side from FICCI.
Okay.
So we are going to start in just 15 minutes.
Okay.
Your voice is a little low. Just a second, I'm just...
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, a little better, still low.
Just 1 second.
You can hear me clearly, right?
Is this better?
Yes, better now.
Okay, great. So where are we in terms of the timing for the program?
So just a second. Since we have the session from 14:30 hours to 15:45, so 1 hour 15 minutes, and we have 6 panelists in this session. Mr. Raju Kapoor is here moderating the session, and I think the questions you must have received the questions that we are going to ask.
Thank you.
So you must be having the questions that moderator is going to ask you.
Yeah, I have that.
Great, sir. Just waiting for other panelists to join. So 4 panelists are here joining physically, and 3 of them are virtually. Ms. Vinti Saraf of Vinti Organics, you and Mr. Paul is joining virtually. Rest are physically here.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I'll just connect you to you in 5 minutes.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Paul. Can you hear me?
Hello, good afternoon.
Just a second. You're not audible. Yeah. Just wanted to check your audio and visual settings. Is it okay?
Yeah, for me, it's okay.
Yeah. Okay, great. We're just joining in 5 minutes.
Super.
Good afternoon, Venti ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, yeah.
I am Samada this side from FICCI. I just wanted to check your audio and visual.
Yeah, sure.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
The session is going to start in, I think, 5 more minutes.
All right, sure.
Good afternoon. We'll be starting with the session 3 for the day 2 of GCPMH 2021 in next 2 to 3 minutes. So request you to kindly take your seats. we are now beginning with the session 3, which is emerging trends in chemicals and petrochemicals industry in retaining the industrial momentum and growth. So this session will be focused on sustainable green chemistry and role of digitalization. So we have 6 panelists. 3 of them will be joining virtually and 3 are physically present here. So I now request Mr. Raju Kapoor, Director, Industry and Public Affairs, FMC, to kindly come on the dais. Mr. R.G. Agarwal, Group Chairman, Dhanuka Agritech Limited. Sir, please come on the dais. Mr. Ajay Sirohi, Chief Development Officer, Torre Industries. Ms. Vinati Saraf Mutreja, CEO and Managing Director, Vinati Organics Limited. Ms. Vinati has joined virtually. Welcome to the session, ma'am. Mr. Saurabh Tayal, Senior Principal, Accenture. Kindly come on the dais. Mr. Meghav Mehta, Director, Deepak Phenolics Limited, has joined virtually. Welcome to the session. Mr. Paul Krimlowski, Director, Green Chemicals and Fuels Product Line, Air Liquid, Germany. He has also joined virtually. So thank you all for joining this session. I now request Mr. Raju Kapoor to kindly take this session ahead and begin with the panel discussion. Over to you. Thank you.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's a little tough task after you have had such a sumptuous meal to be keeping your eyes open, but I can assure you one thing, that this session is not going to let you sleep. Not today, not for the next 100 years, because the session is themed at very interesting themes, which are the themes of tomorrow, very relevant even today. So let me just take this opportunity to welcome my co-panelists here. We have with us the Shri R.G. Agarwal. I think all of you who know about agrochemicals and crop protection and pharma would know him well. He very passionate person in terms of driving quality, in terms of driving excellence. Welcome, Mr. Agarwal. And then we have Mr. Ajay Sirohi. As you can see, he's Chief Development Officer of Torre Industries, and you know, I was just chatting with him before the session, and the forays of Torre are so wide that I did not realize that the company was so wonderful and so innovative and so future ready. So welcome, Ajay. We look forward to input from you. And then I have Saurav here, Saurav Tayal. From Accenture. I think all of you know Accenture. So we would have the real insights, right? Yeah, okay. So the insights we will have in the coming session on these issues that we're carrying. And it gives me a lot of pleasure to welcome Paul Krimlowski. Paul, welcome to the session. Yeah, Paul is Director for Green Chemical and Fuel Product Line, Air Liquide. Is that the right pronunciation for the company? Okay, super. Air Liquide Germany, which is essentially a France-based company. And then we have the honor of having Vinati Saraf Mutreja. Vinati, welcome. Vinati is the CEO and MD of Vinati Organics Limited. I'm sure many of us here are already her customers or clients. Welcome, Vinati, to this session. And also, then we have Mr. Maghavji Mehta, the Director for Deepak Phenolics Limited. Maghavji, welcome to the session. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I would not take much time from you, but very important to understand that the session says emerging trends in chemicals and petrochemicals industry in retaining the industrial momentum and growth. I think it's very interesting that suddenly post-COVID, we are now talking about the momentum and we are talking of the growth, and absolutely the right place, India, where I think India is actually way back onto its path of being the fastest growing company globally, as you can see the data that got published about a couple of days back. So our GDP continues to be growing very strong, and what is expected is that chemicals and petrochemical sectors are going to be major drivers of growth for us. So just the most appropriate time of the in the timeline of the country to be talking about growth and momentum. Few things which are definitely to be kept in mind is that as we move forward, I think COVID has taught us two clear, if I may say, disruption that it has caused is the necessity to connect and connect quickly. So digitalization has been one big area that it has really, we were looking to grow digitally, but suddenly it has put us into a different orbit of digitalization. So the necessity and the utility of digital has really proven during this COVID phase. Second, and most important, it has told us the importance of sustainability. It tells us that unless we are a sustainability-driven organization, we have few chances and limited future. And these two would be the big trends which will then drive technologies, the way we do things, customer experience. Yeah, I mean, this is another element which I possibly want some of you to touch base on, consumer experience or customer experience. The customer wants to have a new experience in terms of, it wants to have the ease of doing business itself. So it's going to drive a lot of stuff. It's going to drive newer policy, infrastructure. As we clearly saw that COVID has changed the policy direction to clearly call it Make in India, and entire focus is on growing manufacturing sector in India. So with this thought, let me just begin this session by inviting the first speaker here, Mr. R.G. Agrawal. Mr. R.G. Agrawal, as you know, is Group Chairman of Dhanuka Group. Very interestingly, I think this is one sector, agriculture. I mean, I'm happy to be representing that sector also. But this is one sector which has really shown resilience during this COVID disruption, and it has shown that growth is a function of innovation, and the industry which was supposed to be rural focused innovated the most. So with this, let me just bring in Mr. Agrawal with the first question, sir. So what is your take on the larger future outlook for the greener and the safer products in India? What do you think are the constraints and how do we address them? Before we get there, just a small hygienic point. I mean, we will just restrict ourselves to 3 minutes for each answer, and then I'll come back to you for the second round for the second answer, and we will leave about 10 minutes for the rest of the question and answer. So, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kapoor. Future outlook is very good of greener chemistry. Earlier, when we were using kilograms pesticide per hectare, now we are using few grams. And now from few grams like 100, 200 grams, we are talking of 10, 20 grams. That is also of safer, greener and new technology having minimum burden on environment. You see, agrochemical is a very small industry, but it's a very important for our food security. Here people may not be remembering 1942 when millions of people died in the country because of a one disease of leaf blast on our paddy fields, and all the fields were destroyed. And due to hunger, many people died. And then this agrochemical industry developed in the world, and whatever new products and technology has come, we are thankful to international world who has researched. I'm sorry to say there is no original research, but whatever has come, it has come from international research, and later on, it is after patent is over, then those products were manufactured. Due to agrochemical, we get food and nutrition security, health security, environment, and wealth security. Today, only 290 molecules are registered by Ministry of Agriculture, while world over 1175 molecules are there. Our registration system is so slow, and in spite of provision in the Act to give registration of new molecule in 1 year, extendable by maximum 6 months, but it is taking 5 to 6 years. Government need to be total revamp our system with responsibility of granting registration in timeline. I hope, Kapoor Sahab, I have finished my answer in time.
Absolutely, sir. This is what efficiency means, right? So let me now move over to the virtual world. This is one of the advantages of digitalization, right? So we saw, we are now moving to, so let me just go to Vinati Saraf Mutreja. See, most of this greener chemistry campaign started in Europe, right? And it continues to be so. So much of the, I mean, you see the area of agriculture, it's a Green Deal which is being driven by Europe, and they are completely transforming the entire ecosystem. Same is true with greener chemistries emanating out of Europe. So their policies, regulatory systems, and the country priorities are literally disrupting the industry all over the world, and it's kind of raising the stakeholder expectations for the industry to be more sustainable. So how do you see the evolution of this trend under the Indian context? And after this, I will also bring in Paul to kind of give the European perspective all over again. So Vinati, over to you.
See, thanks first of all for the question. See, in India, again, now being an emerging economy, our requirements are different for our industries to grow. Now, to completely shift the focus to green chemistry, like how European companies are doing, it's a little too early in our country, where our chemical industry is still nascent and we are still growing. We are still a small percentage of the world chemical industry. We are in fact trying to grab market share from China now. China, which is sort of being from the commodity chemicals towards green chemistries now. So maybe we will get there in the next 10 years. But having said that, definitely sustainability is the emphasis now world over. So even global chemical companies that are sourcing from India are looking at sustainability very seriously, and hence Indian chemical companies are making taking steps in the right direction to ensure.
Vinati, if I may disrupt you for a moment, I think your voice is not coming out very clear. So could you be a little closer to the mic, if you don't mind, please?
Okay,
Sorry.
maybe. Is
Sorry.
this better? Is this better?
Much better. Thank you.
Yes, so I was coming to the point that even global chemical companies that are sourcing from Indian chemical companies are ensuring the processes are sustainable. That is the only way to survive and thrive. And is only becoming stronger, and it's a push from both government as well as abroad as well as internally from the companies themselves.
No, thank you, Vinati. I think, sorry, we did not have a very, very clear voice coming from you, but one thing which very clearly we have understood is that while green chemistry is a must, it's going to take a little bit time coming into India. But,
That's right.
but time suddenly, you know, this whole idea about time is also changing significantly after we had the COVID. I mean, we had the vaccine within 9 to 10 months' time, which we always thought would come in 10 years. So I think the whole concept of time, space, everything is getting disrupted. So good time for innovation. But thank you so much. I would request, you know, the FICCI team here, if you could look whether there's some issue with the connection or the connectivity, because we need to hear them very clearly. Thank you, Vinithy, again. So let me just now move over to Saurabh. Yeah. Sorry, Paul. Yeah. Paul, as I told you, Paul is essentially Director of Green Chemicals and Fuel Product Line from Air Liquide. So what are, I mean, we just talked about that Europe is driving this entire green chemistry idea. So what are those 2 or 3 major green technologies which you think can be the game changers in other regions, and maybe subsequently I'll come back to you later for the implications for the Indian market also. Paul, over to you. Is not there? Not connected? Okay. I think they're trying to bring in a new connection. Till the time, let me just get back to Saurabh. Saurabh, we talked about deep dive. Okay, so Saurabh represents Accenture. So I think one thing is certain that we talked about digital, and I think we're going to have a big thing coming in from Ajay also, but let's wait for Saurabh to kind of articulate around this entire digital thing, its adoption in the industry, and what kind of trends are you seeing, and where do you see this entire disruption going up to what level, and how do you think this is going to transform this industry for growth and progress?
Thanks, Mr. Kapoor. So let me just start, from an, let's say, share a data point. From an Accenture perspective, a significant proportion of our top line, comes from digital. Globally, I'm talking about. I mean, more than half of our revenues, we say that they are tagged to digital in some way or the other, right? So the point I'm trying to make is that digital is not new. It has been around for a while now. There are enough number of, proven applications, use cases across the value chain, whether we talk about R&D, procurement, supply chain, manufacturing, sales and marketing. There are, I think, enough number of applications which are out there which companies can look at and kind of, adopt. But having said that, I think the potential that we have realized from digital in India is far from, what it could deliver. And I think companies have adopted digital in some parts of their business in some way or the other, but still they are struggling with realizing the full potential because, they are still having one leg of their business in, let's say, ancient legacy infrastructure, legacy applications, and the other leg in digital transformation. So I see, I think, 3 or 4 big reasons when we talk to clients, what they talk about, why they are still apprehensive about adopting digital. So I think first and foremost is confusion, right? So there are, I think, so many solutions and solution providers you are bombarded with every day. One is not sure what is right for me, what is the right journey, what kind of solutions are applicable to me, right? Second actually is there is still doubt that whether it's just a fancy solution or it's going to deliver business value to me end of the day, right? There's also some companies who have taken a bit of leap and adopted digital. They have faced mixed success, so there is a bit of disappointment also in pockets, right? So where they have not seen the benefit that they were expecting to see. And finally, I think there is some bit of insecurity in terms of whether I'm ready. There are some basic issues that I still need to solve before I take the plunge into the digital world, right? So, so there are, I think, some of these basic issues, and I think what we talk about in terms of coaching, so to say, when we talk to our clients is, one is, so like I said, there is confusion in terms of where do I start. So frankly, the journey here is not so important. We need to start somewhere. You can start with, and which is the most, I think, prominent area where most companies start is digitalizing the supply chain, creating visibility in the logistics network. You can start in the manufacturing setup, improving efficiencies, in your operations.
it does not matter, right? So start somewhere, journey does not matter, but I think what is important is you need to commit to completing the full journey. Because sometimes taking tentative steps in digital undermines its ability to deliver value. So I think that's point number one, start somewhere but complete the journey. Second very important point is, I think, contextualize, right? So it's not a plug and play. It's not a software implementation. We have to look at, each case and take it on its own merit. Look at the business from a holistic perspective and define the solution that is required for you. And that also includes, so solution is one part of it. It also includes, what needs to change internally within your organization. From a process perspective, from an organization structure perspective in some cases, for the solution to work, right? So I think second point is contextualize. Third is ecosystem, and I think you must have heard about this a lot number of times. It becomes even more important in the digital world. You have to develop capabilities to work with a larger set of players, an ecosystem of players in a truly partnership spirit. Where he is or the partner is having a set of capabilities, you are complementing it, and you are together able to deliver value. So it's easier said than done, developing the capabilities to work with the ecosystem of partners, but it's extremely important. And last point before I take a pause, I would like to make is, if even after all this there is still doubt, there's still skepticism, take a very pilot-based approach, right? So, take small steps, pilots, so that the risk is low, see the value, and then go forward. So.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think very clear that the disruption has to be well thought of. The organization has to be ready for the disruption. You have to make the organization ready. And of course, the best place to begin is supply chain. I fully agree with you, because that's the one where the maximum inefficiencies and the need for transparency is there. So I think, but as we will discuss further, we will find there are significant applications in production, in research and development, and in other areas where we can really make use of it. Important element also was that, digitalization is not a vanilla name. It has to be customized to a particular problem, to a particular organization, and then be delivered. This is about the business, but then we come to the consumer side of it. I think it's very important to know how can we look at the consumer experience using digital. So who better than we have Ajay Sirohi here. Ajay, on this question of how do you look at the customer experience and how digitalization can enhance the customer experience, what are your experiences and what is your take on that?
Good afternoon to everybody. I was just reflecting on what Mr. Tayal said, and I think if you, because there's no cookie cutter approach to digitization, and I think if you look at all the chemical companies across the globe, you will see that the thrust of digitization really actually happened in the supply chain, in the manufacturing floor, when people started opting for SAP or an MRP system in maybe 70s, 80s, and maybe 80s and 90s for India. And I think that probably let people know what kind of inventory they had so that they could actually make a sale and promise a date. So I think a lot of our digitization efforts probably stemmed from complex MRP system, because then we had data which we could share with internal and external decision makers. The second point I wanted to share is that Accenture's here. So you have the four big accounting and consulting firms. You've got about 12 leading IT companies in India. So if we are in India and not using our Indian assets for digitization, we are really missing a great opportunity, because you can get low cost, high value, customized digitization solutions which can help make managerial life easier. Just wanted to touch on a couple of points, which was the generic question you asked, Kapoorji, which was, how does digitization help commerce and customer experience in a B2B place. So if you look at a B2B place and I want to make an order or find out from any of you what you're selling, either a product or service, I think a good digital interface would be that in 3 or 4 clicks, I should be able to retrieve the information on the product or the service I want to buy. And if I can't do it in 2 or 3 or 4 clicks, there's something wrong with the website. So a good website would be Torre or Accenture, and then you can say customers or employees or whatever retired also. So you can say customers, you click on it, and then you can be shown products and services. You want a product, okay, like nylon, press on product, and then you get a gamut of chemicals, and you can look at the stuff. So I think it's extremely important for a customer to be able to navigate a potential B2B site effortlessly in few clicks and hopefully in a few seconds, and definitely not more than a few minutes. So what does digitization do for the customer? I think, as Thomas Friedman wrote, the world is flat. So there is no informational float in today's world, because any 16-year-old kid has a cell phone which is connected to Google, and they can find anything in the world at any given time. So time is actually a weapon. So if we delay, our competition is getting a leg up on us. So it behooves us to have good, simple interface. And in terms of information gathering, 2 or 4 clicks max. Order entry, customers may want to know after placing an order, hey, what's happening to my order and when am I going to get it? So if you look at Amazon, the beauty about Amazon is not what you can buy, but the beauty is that it can tell you in real time where your product is and keep giving you periodic updates. Same thing with FedEx and UPS. So I think if the chemical industry can go towards that in some form of fashion, or at least say, I'll be able to deliver you a product on a particular date, it makes the purchasing experience easier. One important part which in this B2B consumer space is not captured well by most companies is customer satisfaction. So, okay, you got the data, you exchange emails and whether the product was the right quality, price, blah, blah, blah. You track the order got delivered, invoices were generated, paid. Now what? What about asking the customer for feedback? Was it appropriate quantity, quality, paperwork, on time? Is it helping you? Just small survey. I think many companies don't do that in the chemical world. I think they should close the loop. So this loop closure in the B2B customer face is extremely important. So in summary, I can say that digitization increases the time to secure product and service information, order, track, and loop closure. Chemical industry can benefit from being more customer-centric. And if Bezos can make a company, Amazon, in 25 years, which is customer-centric, I think we should also try to incorporate some of that. In last line, as far as Torre goes, we are in 26 different countries with very different linguistic challenges and product line challenges. So we are rolling out a more friendly B2B interface for our customers. But our primary language is Japanese, which most people don't know, but we are trying to get there. Thank you.
Interesting, very interesting. You know, one thing is happening is with digital, the customer expectation is also changing drastically. The expectation earlier used to be, okay, somebody will send me a letter, I will reply back a letter, and the whole thing will happen. But this gives you so much of flexibility to enhance efficiency of working overall, reduce your costs of doing business, and kind of delight the consumer or the customer or whoever you may say. So I think great point, and I think that's a big one that you just picked up.
Kapoorji, can I say, based on what you're saying is then when you're tracking the order entry and the order fulfillment process, as an outsider, I get married to that delivery cycle and I become a loyal customer of the customer who's going to send me stuff. So I think it enhances your customer loyalty by being able to track in a transparent fashion all of your B2B interface to a great extent.
Yeah, this is integrated business chain where customer becomes a part of you or you become a part of the customer. So I think great. Let me just get back. I think sorry about the disruption that we had in the digital connect. Can we now connect to, okay, we can do that. So Paul, my apologies. We were very keenly looking forward to inputs from you because we know what you're handling today, we're going to be handling tomorrow. So you're going to do the disruption there, which is going to reach us, we like it or we don't like it. So let's give it over to you and say, what do you think are those 3-4 technologies which the green technologies so-called. First of all, also please clarify the word green because there's a lot of confusion globally about the word green. So do a lot of clarification also. So what do you think are those 2-3 green chemistries which are going to be the game changers in the chemical industry? Over to you, Paul.
Sure. Thanks. So first of all, thanks also for inviting here today. And also let me share just a very short story about how COVID impacts our life, right? So I was just working at the home office because we were back at lockdown. And then I had a power failure at my house 15 minutes ago. So we have never any power failure in Germany. Just now while I'm connected to here, I had a power failure, which is neighborhood-wide. So I now just run to my car and have some mobile internet connection. So you see there's issues, but also with digital tools we have today, we can also solve that. Yeah, coming to green chemicals and products we can offer. So as some of you know, I mean, Air Liquide is a world leader in gases, right, and technologies and services for industries and health. And I'm personally representing the part of Air Liquide, the E&C business, and heading a product line where we focus on products for green chemicals and renewable fuels. And what is important here, what means green, because you also asked what means green. So I think for me, in this context, green means that we use renewables as feedstocks, and that becomes more and more popular, as you're also saying now. It becomes more and more popular in the US with the big boom of renewable diesel, but also more and more in Europe. These renewable feedstocks, they shall be converted to chemicals, right? By doing that, I think you can really ensure that your carbon intensity and the carbon footprint of your product is much lower compared to conventional routes. And for instance, one of the key products we do have is what we call biopropylene glycol. So that is a technology we exclusively market together with BASF, our partner. And it's basically using, instead of propylene, it uses glycerin to produce propylene glycol. And by doing that, subject to the life cycle assessment we have done, you can, so to say, lower the carbon intensity of the product by more than 60% compared to conventional routes. And at the same time, and that is also important for me, at the same time it is adding still economic value to your operations, right? So it has a very good return on investment. And it can also further help you, and that might be also interesting, it can also further help you to decouple some of your chemicals or petrochemicals productions from the very, let's say, traditional and conventional fossil fuel-based route, right? So that is for me really this BioPG, the green propylene glycol, is for me really a very nice example of already today's available products we have to help to come to a more sustainable industry. And the second maybe example to mention is renewable fuels in general. Also again based on, for instance, vegetable oils or waste oils such as used cooking oils. And while you now might ask in your context, okay, why we talk about renewable fuels, we are here to talk about chemicals and petrochemicals. I think in that renewable context, what we see more and more is that different industries come together, right? I mean, we talked a bit earlier about the agribusiness, and I think agribusiness and petrochemicals, if you talk about renewables as feedstock, they come much closer together than they may have been ever before. When you talk about the renewable fuels as a product, so where we as Air Liquide, for instance, offer solutions about feedstock pretreatment, we offer solutions around hydrogen, either to generate it or to supply it. We offer solutions around carbon capture and utilization. And when you talk about where is the link then to the chemicals, so for instance, if you see more and more renewable fuels plants coming up, and you eventually extract, for instance, in some of those plants, during the feedstock pretreatment of the oils and fats, you extract some glycerine, you can then again process it to, for instance, the green version of propylene glycol. And that shows also an integration between agribusiness, where you have the vegetable oils and feeds from, and also, let's say, the fuels industry, but also the chemicals industry, right? So I think that is just a short summary of where we see changes, so coming from, let's say, conventional routes to renewables and to deliver green chemicals, right?
Thank you, Paul. I think this was, for me, I mean, a very, very critical thing to absorb. However, I think technology continues to play spoil. And I fully agree with you. I think the one big theme that needs to run sustainability is renewable. We're talking about the entire energy chain being renewable. How do we reduce the carbon footprint? And I think we just had the COP26, and very clearly, I think there is a global alignment on how do we address this entire issue. How do we address the issue of larger carbon footprints, and how do we address the issue of managing those? And that's where I think the role of companies like yours would become very critical in introducing newer technologies that could actually make the entire industry and the ecosystem more sustainable. So thanks a lot, Paul. But we did miss a few nuggets out of this very precious one. Sorry for that. Okay, so let me just come to Maghav Mehta. Maghav is Executive Director for Deepak Phenolics. So Maghav, I think one of the big things which this COVID and post-COVID world is asking us is continuously, you know, how do you maintain the momentum of growth after such disruptions? Your ideas on that, please, especially with reference to chemical industry. Chemical.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to give some feedback. I think the host camera is picking up the feedback, and maybe that's why it's not clear to hear over there.
Yeah. So can we look at this aspect, because everybody is getting a feedback there, and we are not getting the clear sound. So
if the WebEx system
and if it is
can
going
be
to
put
take
on
you
mute,
time, then I can go to the physical here and then come back to them.
Right.
What is the team confidence on that side? Because no problem that side. So okay. So just get a little closer, the mic a little closer to you if it is possible. And
yeah, am I audible?
Okay, yeah. At the audience level, are you able to hear him properly? Can you just say a line so that?
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Am I
clear?
clearly audible?
Okay, we good to go.
May I request people guys to turn their microphones off? Maybe that is picking up the feedback. Yeah. Okay, I think it's a bit better. So, Rajuji, to address my point, definitely there has been disruption. There has been, sorry, just 1 second. There has been, what we are seeing recently is a bit of a great resignation, as the media is dubbing it. Right? The way a company should maintain its momentum in this time is to simply focus and double down on their vision. If that vision is not clearly articulated and people don't know what they are following, why they are following this company, they're not going to stick around. So look at this as an opportunity that every leader has to be able to introspect and articulate the world that they see themselves living in. Simply put, that is the vision. Reinforces vision through the pandemic and the great resignation, and you will find that those who stick around are those that believe in your vision and align to your vision. Now, clearly, some industries have been hit a lot harder. IT services have had, 200, 250% increase in, their salaries, but they're still seeing a 20, 25% increase in resident attrition. Manufacturing has been, the normal was 3, 4% maybe, and that increased during Q2 to, 7, 8%. And if we were to look at this from the lens that, the 7, 8% that you're losing is actually your enterprise knowledge and experience leaving your company. And you're then effectively operating only at a 90 to 93%. And according to a Gallup survey, 60% of employees are thinking about leaving but have not left yet. So anyone who looks at enterprise risk, from the risk standpoint, these numbers are terrifying. And talent management has never been closer to any company's growth strategy than now. So the pandemic and the Great Resignation have actually allowed for leaders to put legacy on a back burner and do whatever is needed, so that only the agile will survive. This is the time to ask those questions: that do we have the right people in the right place? Have we fostered a work environment that is, compassionate and creative, or do we end up with toxic managers and leaders? Are we taking care of the middle management who arguably have the toughest role to play? Is our enterprise a transactional enterprise in nature, or are we creating a community? So there are three things I want to highlight. That we at Deepak have been doing to put employee welfare more central to our growth strategy. The first one is about maximizing exposure to roles and functions. We have encouraged cross-functional teams to self-develop, take on challenges. We're promoting rotation in functions so that every 3-6 months, the shop floor engineers get exposed to every asset in the plant. We believe, that developing an intercompany job placement program to encourage talent to expand their horizons is, it's a given. This really helps them also gain technical and commercial experience and expertise. So the most important thing in this is that we started championing multi-dimensional personalities and really encouraging people to be lateral thinkers. And the result we've gotten is that this has improved systems thinking and it's deterred silo mentality. The other thing that kind of bridges the gap between growth and digitization, which is the other theme of the subject of this talk, is that we've really flattened the hierarchy of communication. So within the first week of the lockdown last year, our entire company was onto a centralized communication platform. Right? This made communication democratic, and it ensured information was passed faster. A leader's direction to the team was communicated instantly and all the way down to the shop floor. And the shop floor issues and updates were also instantly communicated back to the leaders. Yeah, and all manner of topics were up for discussion. And this really helped taking faster decisions, better decisions. And the third thing that we are doing actively, to ensure that our momentum of growth stays, is that we are being very systems focused and not people focused. So while this actually means, better SOPs, better ERPs, better user experience, it also means shifting the mindset from who is responsible for a mistake to, how can the system be improved so that the mistake doesn't occur again. It's this radical simplification of systems. There's bringing in automation in workflows. There's bringing in high level of transparency to ensure that leaders know where the problems are and what problems to solve before the problems even manifest. So today, Deepak's culture is very different than what it was before the pandemic. in a performance which is 100% attributed to the team is a result of the agility with which the team has adapted to this emergent culture. And this is something that, most companies that have succeeded through the pandemic, you will see a very common theme. Thank you.
Okay, I got it. Thank you so much. Couldn't agree with more with you. One of the area which this pandemic seemed to have disrupted is the area of how do we manage people and how people manage the business. So I think that's a big area, and this has had a very serious impact. I mean, I can tell you with our own experience also that there's been significant amount of attrition that we've been seeing, not us as a company, but largely in many industries, especially in the IT and other industries, the attrition really have jumped up. Chemical industry, it has jumped up significantly. The issues, people-related issues, even with the mental health of the employees, that has become a big issue. I think what it is turning to in terms of imperative for the industry is that, we got to be thinking like an employee. We got to put our foot in his shoes and feel what he's feeling, he or she is feeling. So the way we manage human resource, the way we communicate, and the intensity, the frequency, and the talent retention, these are very big ticket items which are absolutely must for the industry, which is already starving for talent attraction because of many competing industries. So great point. So with that point, let me just get back to our previous speakers for the second line, for the second time. We've been talking about this agrochemical sector, Mr. Agrawal. So, and we have this vision from the Prime Minister of doubling farmers' income. And looking at the current context that we have around the agriculture policies and the farm situations, etc., how do you think, and how is the agriculture industry working to help farmers double their yield, double their incomes?
Kapoor, thank you very much. Before I come to answer your question, I'd like to speak. Ajay and Saurabh was talking about digitalization. No doubt, if country want to progress, then there is no substitute of digitalization. लेकिन हमारे यहाँ भारत और इंडिया, तो इंडिया में डिजिटलाइजेशन की बात हो रही है, लेकिन जैसे भी हम कनेक्टिविटी की बात कर रहे थे, तो भारत में कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है, तो वहाँ डिजिटलाइजेशन, आज केमिकल इंडस्ट्री हमारे देश में जुगाड़ से शुरू हुई. एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप थी लोगों में, लेकिन पैसा नहीं था. मैंने भी टेक्निकल प्लांट लगाया T5 में, तो जुगाड़ से लगाया, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. तो उस समय जुगाड़ में आप डिजिटलाइजेशन नहीं सोच सकते. और आज भी हिंदुस्तान में तो बहुत से स्मॉल स्केल प्लांट हैं, तो वो डिजिटलाइजेशन के लिए जाने के लिए उनको समय लगेगा और गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से उनको एजुकेशन और सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत होगी. सो आई कम टू माय मेन क्वेश्चन फॉर डबलिंग द फार्मर्स इनकम, which is the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. You see, farmers are interested, and you see last year during COVID, service sector was down, industry sector was down, but it was the only agriculture sector which has given more than 3% growth. Our farmer awareness is increasing, but in our country where we have 14 crore farmers living in 6.5 lakh villages, unfortunately, most of them still are illiterate, they cannot read, and new technology is not reaching to them. And due to that, their crop losses are very, very high. In our parliament, our Honorable Agriculture Minister has answered, our 10 to 30% crops are lost due to pest and disease, and we take average, then it comes 20%. And as per FAO data, if we see it is 40%. If such type of losses are there, then we have to see which are the regions of these losses. Number one, technology. I'd like to quote in 2009, while presenting the budget, the finance minister of that time in his budget speech said, our extension system has collapsed and we are looking for some alternate. Until date, no alternate is given. In this situation, when farmers are not provided new technology, number one. Apart from technology, the market. So far, there was monopoly. He was forced to sell in APMC, not getting the right price. With the competition, now you see all oilseed, they are sold above MSP. So unless competition, you see there was monopoly of cars and it was waiting of 10 years. Monopoly of phones, waiting of 10 years. Whenever competition came, then you see the growth. So if we want growth in agriculture also, then this competition has to come. Market has to be given to the farmers. Number third is finance. Fourth is water. I am not explaining all these things. I like to draw the attention that in our country, there are so many pseudo companies in the field of agrochemical. And how many pseudo companies? Before that, I like to talk our Honorable Prime Minister during demonetization closed 3 lakh pseudo companies in one day. Is it correct or not? So in our pesticide company, as per government website own data, more than 6,000 companies has got the registration from CIB and RC. Various time our Ministry of Agriculture has given public notices. I don't know if from government somebody is there or not, for asking the data from each registrant to submit his production, sale, purchase, import, export data. And out of 6,000 companies, only 314 companies has submit the data as per Additional Secretary Dr. Jalash Srivastav, which he has given company-wise report also. I don't know in our country who is stopping this open cheating and robbery with the farmers, and government is not taking action against such companies in spite of giving public notices that government will take stringent actions against them. How much loss we are suffering in agriculture. So if we want to really double the agriculture production, in computer you say whatever is your input, accordingly output will come from your computer. If in agriculture, if our farmers, we are talking digitalization and we are not bringing drone technology. There are, government wants one side to introduce drone, other side some people are putting roadblocks. I don't know the technology which has come world over, why it is not available to our farmers. World over, so many new pesticides are available. In our country, as per Insecticide Act, a new pesticide registration, Kapoor, you know, should be granted in 1 year, can be extended maximum by 6 months, but taking 5 to 7 years. How someone can plan investment in our country and how new technology will come? We are depriving our farmers, one side from new technology, other side we want doubling of the farmer incomes. It is a dual डुअल पॉलिसी। हम कहते हैं दो नाव में पैर, दो नाव में पैर रख के कोई इंडस्ट्री ग्रोथ नहीं कर सकती। अगर हमको रियली फार्मर्स की लाइफ को बदलना है, क्योंकि आज हम नहीं बदलेंगे तो शहरों में इतनी पॉपुलेशन आ जाएगी कि अनार्की हो सकती है कंट्री में। तो आज हमें अपने विलेजर्स की लाइफ स्टैंडर्ड ऊंचा करने के लिए उनकी इनकम डबल करना। आज मैं लास्ट बात अपनी कोट करूंगा कि आज हमारी एग्रीकल्चर की लैंड चीन से ज़्यादा, आज हमारी देश की मॉनसून चीन से ज़्यादा, बट आवर जीडीपी फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर इज 1/3 इन कंपेरिजन टू चीन, चाइना। व्हाट इज स्पेशल? हैज चाइनीज वुमेन्स कम फ्रॉम सम डिफरेंट सैटेलाइट, or our farmers are not doing hard work? Our farmers are very, very hard working, but they are deprived from this latest IT technology, digitalization, this precision technology, and until as we will provide, our Prime Minister has provided rifles to our forces, so we are in position to change the challenge of China and Pakistan. And I can guarantee on behalf of our farmers, if we provide them latest tools, then not only their income will be double, but it can be tripled also. That much potential is available. Thank you, Kapoor.
Thank you, sir.
If I have taken some more time.
This is the voice of the heart, right? So very clearly, he's very passionate, and so all of us should be, because we have half of the population living in rural areas, still striving to get the right technologies so that they can be more competitive, they can be more profitable, and they can be more sustainable. So great point, sir. Thank you so much for putting it. So let me just get back to the virtual panel. They have been literally deprived today of the screen time. Sorry for that. But let's have Vinati. Vinati, coming back again to you. You know, when we are looking at maximizing the co-benefits and ensuring the sustainable impact, what kind of policies are you looking at from the government? We heard Agrawal Saab, but what is your expectation?
First of all, am I clear now? Is it better?
Much better. Thank you, Vinati.
Okay. I'll keep my reply very short. So I think two areas where the government can support the sustainability initiative. One is spend more on R&D institutes. I find there's a dearth of good R&D institutes in the country, and even if there are a few, it's not enough spent on them. So, you know, the quality of research that's coming out on the sustainability front can be improved. We have good brains in the country. We just need to give them the right impetus. Secondly, where the government can help is definitely taxation, R&D initiatives, especially also sustainability initiatives, products that you can prove have been produced in a green way, and maybe the cost of producing that was higher, so the government can subsidize that with some tax subsidy. So that would encourage chemical companies to look at greener processes. I mean, I do understand there is a tax deficit in our country. Another way which the industry may not like is the government can penalize if the companies are producing or emitting more, having higher carbon emissions. So these are just some thoughts on my mind, and I'm just going to keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, fewer leaders are more forthright. Thank you so much, Vinati. I think so important point here. You know, the average spend on R&D that we have in India, I think that needs to get multiplied by X. It's not plus some percentage. It needs to get multiplied by 2, 3, or 4, whatever. Unless we do that, we are not heading anywhere. And same, I can say, I mean, it's a good point about emissions and the way industry is acknowledging it. So I think that's where I'd possibly go back to Paul and understand from him, you know, this entire concept of green chemicals that Vinati just talked about, and what is the global experience? What is your early case experience globally? And I just want to add to that, how do you think that can become relevant to Indian market? Paul, over to you.
I
switch off the camera, so maybe better sound then.
We'll miss a handsome face, but we'll live with it, don't worry.
Yes, content is... what we see, of course, globally, as I said, and that is maybe not a surprise that the way, so this green wave of renewable fuels and green chemicals.
Sorry, we can't seem to be hearing you.
You can't hear me? Okay. So do you hear me or not?
Can you come back again, Paul? Sorry, we're not able to hear you.
So you can't hear me? I can hear you well. Sorry for that. Hello? Is it?
Okay. So I think, Paul, we seem to be running really out of luck today. Yours was the session which I was most interested to listen to, but I think as the digitalization would have it, we still seem to be missing you. Welcome, sir. Okay, so with this, let me just continue the session. So, okay, let me just continue the session and come to Ajay. Ajay, you know, we clearly are seeing the impact that newer technologies like artificial intelligence or machine learning or big data, etc. How do you think that's impacting the entire, largely the R&D, new product development, new market, and maybe sustainability at large? How do you see that happening?
Thank you. I'll talk a little bit about artificial intelligence and machine learning. I don't have much experience in the Indian context with Indian companies since I work for a Japanese company, so it's not an emerging company, it's an emerged company, Toray. So I can share a little insights from Toray. Of course, it's very difficult to apply artificial intelligence to chemicals, but it can be done. There are two instances which I want to share with you about Toray. By the way, how many people here do not know Toray? Raise your hands. Everybody knows Toray? So one person, okay, some people don't know Toray. So Toray is was established in 1926 in Tokyo, and it's a $20 billion, $1.5 billion net income, 47,000 employees working in about 26, 27 countries and 290 subsidiaries. It makes chemicals, fibers, resins, engineering services, water treatment membranes, air purification filters, carbon fiber and composites for aerospace and automotive, windmills as well, and what have I left out? I've left something out. Okay, and so Toray has been in India for about 40, 50 years, but originally started office in 2011. So I can share some of Toray's highlights on AI and ML. Last year, 20 chemical, so this just shows you the need for scale. And one thing which when we discuss about chemicals in India is we kind of forget about scale. And everybody is saying that scale is extremely important yesterday and today. So 20 companies formed a consortium last year in Japan for artificial intelligence in the chemical space. So Sumitomo, Mitsubishi Chemical, Toray Industries are part of it. The purpose is to mine intellectual property in Japan held by these chemical companies and universities and try to identify and make new materials. A typical new material or chemical entity takes about 10 years to develop. Maybe the cost is $100 million and maybe more. So the idea behind this initiative in Japan is get 20 best companies, look at their assets within the country and the industry, and see if you can create new materials which you need for the future together. So you have shared risks and tremendous benefits. The program is managed by Japan's National Institute for Material Science, and I think it's got triggered this, it will be triggered this year. A second case of using artificial intelligence is that Toray hired some people to look at CAS numbers, or as in chemical language we say CAS numbers. And for all the CAS numbers which Toray deals with, the idea was to find data in the R&D labs and on people's computers which may have innovative information hidden in it. So if you look at us and most other companies, the R&D data is on people's computers and in different departments, and it's all siloed. And many of those people, when they archive data, do not know what it could be used for, potentially down the road. And so through the CAS number system, I think Toray had a very fruitful pilot experience about a year and a half ago, where they were able to organize data in R&D labs for use and for easy retrieval, for better archival and easy retrieval, so that it can be used when it needs to be used and people don't have to go hunt for it. Machine learning is Toray is using for forecasting demand, and I think many companies are already doing that in America and Europe, and I hope Indian companies do that as well, which can build in seasonality. So for a demand forecasting and supply planning tool, machine learning is extremely appropriate, and you can do that. Maybe you can add some experience, Mr. Tayal, on this from the chemical industry. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think, let me just get to Saurabh now. Sorry for the delay, Saurabh. I hope you're not getting bored, right? I told you this session is going to be full of excitement, so okay. Now, that we're talking about this absorption of digital across the supply chain, just wanted to know, in this circularity agenda that we are talking about in the new world, where do you think and how much do you think a role this can play to drive the entire circulatory agenda?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Kapoor. So, I'll probably talk a little, use the broader term sustainability, right? I think more is being talked about sustainability now than ever before. So, companies, the leadership is talking about it. The government has always been talking about it. Consumers are talking about it. I think post-pandemic, the pace has increased, and I think consumers are now willing to pay a price also, for sustainability. So there is a lot of talk which is happening now, and I think companies are also committing to circularity or sustainability in their own ways. It has moved, and it has started moving from being a regulatory mandate and a regulatory agenda, or being, a reason, to show a socially responsible face to the society, to organizations realizing it as a source of value, as a source of business value, right? I think that's an important shift for it to be adopted at a large scale by different organizations. It's still in early stages, but I think that we're seeing that movement happening. So I think when we look at circularity specifically, the typical areas that are addressed by various organizations. So one is obviously, on the input side, we look at circular supply chain, so replacing your fossil fuels or replacing your raw material, reducing your emissions, reducing your dependence on water, etc., etc. So there is a whole lot of, I think, effort which is happening on that side. And then on the other side of the value chain, which is about recycling, waste disposal and recycling. I think that's the other side of the value chain where I think most of the work is happening. But there are other areas also, and there are a few examples, some of which you may be aware. So, for example, but there are very few, I must admit. But for example, using product life extensions. So we talk about let's say, and this is about product innovation and using technology for product innovation, right? So I think BASF, and I was reading about it a few days back, they do a lot of in silico modeling as far as their R&D is concerned to reduce time to market. They've also done some work, from a digital perspective to reduce the batch cycle time and hence reduce energy consumption, right? So, so the other, like I said, the other areas, one is, let's say, product life extension, more durable PET bottles, or let's say even predictive maintenance is a way of achieving sustainability in some ways. You are increasing the life, so not just of the end product, but also of the equipment that you are using internally. The other area that we see emerging is, new operating models are coming up. So product as a service, for example, and especially also in the chemical space. So leasing of chemicals for its functionality and its quality rather than volumes. So, I mean, example, again, you must be aware of SafeChem, they claim for metal cleaning solvents, they offer the service which promises to reduce usage by 93% and I believe energy consumption by about 50%, right? So there are these new operating models coming up. I think there are 2 or 3 things which as organizations we can look at. One is technology adoption, and technology is slightly broader term than digitalization again. So one is, obviously digital is part of technology where we talk of IoT, ML, AI, track and trace, those kind of solutions. Then there is physical technology, which is about 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and robotics, etc. And then there is biological, which is replacing with bio-based material, right? So I think technology adoption is, and more solutions are coming up as we speak. Ecosystem, which I spoke about in my previous talk as well, which is relevant for digitalization, is even more relevant for circularity. I think the startup universe is extremely active in developing newer and newer solutions as far as circularity is concerned, right? So working with ecosystems in such situations is extremely critical. Third is, I believe, these, and like I spoke about, all these newer operating, so it's about innovation. So it's an evolving field in some ways. So creating these new operating models, product as a service, product life extension, so it's all about innovation. So you create, so obviously the 2 prominent areas, which is about circular supply chain and waste recycling, but beyond that also there are ways and means to achieve circularity or sustainability as a broader goal. Finally, as just a concluding remark, I think management commitment tops everything, right? So the intent and commitment from management, like I said at the beginning, seeing it as a source of business value, I think that's what's going to make the shift towards circularity. Thank you.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more with you. See, it's very important, and I can give you an example of my own company, FMC. We have been able to use these tools to cut down the discovery time significantly. We have literally brought it down by half. So a molecule discovery earlier would, if it takes about 10 years, we were able to do it less than 5 years. And the target is to reduce it further. And all this has been possible because of applications, these applications which are now available, these tools that are now available, which are making it more sustainable business investment, R&D as a more sustainable business investment. Similarly, I think I really like the idea of the enterprise becoming a socially responsible enterprise. I think the overweight that the word is having on the entire ESG strategy for companies, for valuing companies, that is also driving a large part of the managements to look at the social impact of their business, the governance that they have their business, and the environmental impact that they leave in, what is the footprint that they leave, or how much improvement are they able to do, if not deterioration to the environment. So those are very critical things. So let me just get back again, sorry. Is there a way we can connect to Paul again and we can hear him? Because just check that out. Yeah. Otherwise, till that time, let me just get to Maghav. Maghav, a very interesting point that you brought out on the strategy. So how do you think this entire digitalization is going to shape the corporate strategy and the entire workforce management system? I know you covered a little bit of it, but do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, sure. Rajaji, my name is pronounced Meghav.
You are muted, Maghav.
Hi, am I audible?
Still muted.
Am I audible?
Can't hear you.
Hi, am I audible?
So in the digital world, this is the haves and have-nots, right? So sorry for that.
Hi.
You can hear me, right?
Now?
I can't hear you. So we are the haves.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Okay. We can't hear him. No? Okay. Problem at his end? There we go. He does not agree anyway. So, Paul, do you want to take a shot at a last shot? We have last 5-7 minutes left. So, do you want to have a last shot at your answer on, your own experiences, the European experiences, and how do you think is going to get translated into Indian chemicals and petrochemical ecosystem?
Yes, I can try, but I think there's something wrong with
you are unlucky today. Paul, over to you.
I see me, right? Sorry, but I think it's somewhere in on your end. I think there's maybe we are muted or something.
Okay, sorry.
You can't hear me,
I
right?
have to catch you off this call. It looks like that. You back? Can you just speak something, Maghav? Yeah, go ahead.
I can hear Paul. I don't think Paul. I don't know.
I can also hear. Maghav, I can hear you also. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's that their end, but.
Well, the haves have it. Okay, so let me just take this to the conclusion. The last couple of quick comments that I want to have from the team here. Very quick one, just one minute each. On this larger linking digitalization, sustainability. Where do you think the world is going, and what implications do you see? But very short answer. Yeah. Are you able to hear? Yeah. So, yeah, please. Yeah. Go ahead.
Take it. In terms of digitalization and the future for sustainable, it's extremely important that everything be extremely long-term orientation would help, because anything in chemicals today is capital intensive, knowledge intensive, safety intensive, logistics intensive, hazmat intensive, and of course value chain upstream and downstream intensive. So one cannot arbitrarily try to do something or the other. So 10-year vision is extremely important, and Torre uses that. Torre's key focus areas, Torre's corporate philosophy is to add value to society through innovation of new products and services. So in that area, we are focusing on, for the next 10 years and more, on clean air through air filters, cleaner water through RO membranes and desalination, recycling biomass for fibers and textiles, recycling materials as well. Green chemicals was actually our 5th, 6th business unit, and I forgot to name it. And in that, we've got BioPet. We do lighter materials through carbon fibers, and life innovation to help people live longer lives with drugs, devices, and ancillary supplies. And we are making battery innovation for EVs, as well as hydrogen value chain. So lastly, I just want to say that we've not focused on the politics of it, but for the next 10 years, for green, sustainable, Japan is linked with America through TPP, and Japan is linked with India and with ASEAN through RCEP. So that's an important linkage to be made, because good things will happen in the near future from these organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vinithy, let me just come back to you. For last 1 minute, anything that you would want to say on this larger topic? You ran lucky 2 times, so let's see if you're lucky 3rd time. Are you? Just check out if you're, yeah, unmute yourself. Yeah, thank you.
No, I think
Okay,
a lot,
Vinati, go ahead.
yeah, a lot has been said, and with the correct private-public
Sorry, you're in the
partnership.
have-nots category now, so.
Okay.
You know, this is an announcement that the COVID is over and you need to be physically present here, Vinati, so sorry for that. Sorry. So let's have a very quick 1 minute bite from you, and then, sir, 1 minute from you. After that, we'll conclude.
Okay. So, I mean, whether we talk about digitalization for, business overall or for sustainability in particular, I think I'll try to summarize it, let's say if we look at digitalization on a very simplified maturity curve, right? So the starting point is what we say is, getting visibility of your operations. So just getting visibility of data. Step 2 is doing analytics so that you are able to take decisions based on, the data that you are collecting. The 3rd step is, getting to a predictive level where you are able to forecast what's going to happen, in the future with a reasonable degree of accuracy. And finally, I think the last step is, cognitive systems where, all the NLPs and AIs and neural networks sit. So I mean, this is a very simplified way of looking at digital journey, but I think currently where chemical industry stands is more in the step 1 and step 2 area, which is still trying to get visibility in various parts of the business and, doing some bit of analytics. So there's a significant, opportunity, significant room to grow, and you may, call this as consultant speak, but, our analysis at least suggests there is a good 5 to 6% bottom line impact that you can drive purely from digital initiatives. So,
yeah, thank you so much. Agrawal Sahab, just 1 minute on what are the 1, 2, and 3 things that you expect the government to do which will grow the industry to the next level, agrochemical industry to the next level. You have the government here today.
Thank you. हमारे समीर विश्वास साहब एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी सर मौजूद हैं, तो मैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, कपूर साहब ने कहा कि गवर्नमेंट से हम क्या चाहते हैं. We are thankful for the support present government is providing, and agrochemical sector has been recognized as one of the champion sector out of 24 champion sectors identified by government. So that is the reason last year our export has grown more than 26,000 crores and it can double up to 2025. For that, what support we need, sir? Number 1, provide timely registration of new molecules on priority basis. Number 2, the confidentiality data which is leaked or theft, so that should not be allowed. At least minimum for 5 years, and we are signatory of WTO and TRIPS. We must respect. Our standing committee of 2008 on agriculture has also recommended 5 years data protection. I do not know why some people are against this. If you have some original, then you can do carbon copy. But if you will not allow original to come into the country, then how you can do carbon copy? So our industry should understand that they could manufacture new molecules once they are introduced in the country. So we should not stop the way of introduction of new molecules. We must provide them minimum 5 years data protection. And my colleague from Japan is sitting, and in Japan it is 15 years data protection. Our neighbor country China provides 6 years data protection. Then why we are shy? Do we want to continue depriving our farmers from new technology? So data protection we want from our government.
Sir,
then last,
yeah.
If we want to develop this industry, Then yesterday we were having 5 states and someone was talking about Bollywood stories. I'm not talking Bollywood stories, but as it in chemical industry, clearances is a very big problem. So until as special chemical parks like Jorong in Singapore, plug and start, until as such type of infrastructure government consider for the sector, we will grow, but will not grow with the speed which we want for our country. Thank you very much.
Which we want and which we deserve. Thank you so much. So let me just open this out for question and answer. We will have just 3 questions, so we'll start with you, sir. Can you introduce yourself, your company, and then the question, which speaker are you addressing this question to? Can you give him a mic, please? Someone? Hello? आप ये ले लीजिए.
You. My name is Parthapatim Das. I'm a country advisor. I head a consulting firm by the name PGI Associates in the space of international marketing, industry research, technology commercialization. Now, my question will be on the importance of R&D. I won't go for the need that has been explained from the deliberation which we had, and Mr. Agarwal has referred about that 295 is to 1175 ratio. Second, the competence. We have seen what our competence is in the COVID period, in terms of getting new molecule, in terms of vaccination, etc. I'm not talking about R&D which goes for cosmetic innovation. I'm talking about real molecules, the invention of molecules. Now we had 2-day deliberation in the chemicals and petrochemical space. A month back on the agrochemicals in summit also, we had a long deliberation for a day. Now, coming to the action area, what strategy we have taken in terms of developing new molecules, in terms of R&D, how we should direct the R&D to come up with new molecules. So the areas in which we're looking for research to be done to develop new molecules. I'll just give one is agrochemicals, and second, the broader one, chemicals industry as such. Just an example, what we have seen, the supply chain constraint that we have goes for dilution of phytochemicals or active ingredients in the agro produce, herbal produce. Maybe some chemicals can be developed which can retain or maybe enhance the efficacy of agrochemicals, or phytochemicals or the active ingredients. So maybe some molecule can be developed in that space. In this way, what are the areas that you can highlight? Thank you.
Anyone wants to try? Okay. I think, let me just tell you 3 principles that will govern R&D for me. First one is, whatever product I am trying to develop, is that sustainability advantaged or not, irrespective of how good or bad that is, number 1. Number 2 is it going to address the long to medium term range need of the customer? Now, in agrochemicals, obviously projecting the need of the customer is a long shot, but I think we see significant gaps. And of course, you talked about phytochemicals. Phytochemicals can be another route, but there are many streams that bring multiple molecules for discovery system. We have a discovery system in Hyderabad where we discover for the world, but I think it requires a significant mindset, first of all. It requires great investments. Today, you have to invest a significant amount of money to come out with just one molecule and bring it to the market. That's about $298 million for one molecule only. So you need to have very deep pockets for this one. But in terms of leads, if you are saying what can be the leads, definitely the plant world is the big lead, biological world is the big lead, the chemical world is the big lead generator for developing newer molecules, newer solutions for R&D. But if somebody wants to add to that, welcome. But good question. Thank you so much, sir. Any other question? Yes, sir. Mr. Mehta. Can you kindly keep it to the question only, because we are getting signals that the time is out. So,
no, I'll just take last. Good afternoon. I represent Crop Care Federation of India, association of about 50 Indian companies who are basically working towards Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Just to clarify a few points for the audience out here, the total market for agrochemicals is about 55,000 crores. India exports close to 30,000 crores, a quality which is matching global standards. And therefore,
what is the question, sir? What is the question?
No, I'm just trying to clarify a few points, nothing more. What has been said in the dais or what has been said to Mr. Sameer Biswas. And he knows about it. Basically, we feel that we have the capacity and the capability to make in India. The imports are surging at 37%. What we feel is that we should take these chemicals under PLI scheme so that we can manufacture here all the so-called new chemistry, green chemistry, everything we made here. Quality has never been a question mark. We export to 130 countries, and we feel that India has the capability to make it here. Thank you, sir.
I think that's great because India is already identified as one of the hotspots where manufacturing should come and could come, depending on how what is the kind of ecosystem that we create around it. So it will definitely happen. I'm very confident, and with the officials like Mr. Biswas here, who's actually driving the entire growth of the chemical sector. So I'm confident we have a good government today listening to us, and all we have to do is bring technology, bring investment, and make in India. I agree with you. Any other question? Last question, please. All right. So let me just stop here, and 1 second. Let me just invite. We have certain officials here. So may I invite Mr. Vishal Chaudhary from Ministry of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, if he can put in some concluding remarks on that, please.
Good evening, everyone. So thank you so much for such a nice and interactive session. It was really very informative and really very interesting session. I'm highly thankful, a big thanks to all the eminent speakers for sharing their views on such an interesting topic, which is really in need of hour also. Green chemistry or green technology, its adoption and implementation is really required at present. And now industry should explore through research and development, as it was during discussion also rightly suggested by Ms. Vimati, that focus should be on research and development, on R&D. And basically green chemistry is nothing but designing of a safe product through safe process. And safe process means which use lesser feedstock, lesser hazardous feedstock, and a reduced batch cycle, so that economical viability is also there and product is also not toxic. Also, the research may be focused on the areas like certain byproducts are, in all the chemical products or processes, formulations, certain byproducts are released which are ultimately to be disposed of. So if research can be done that those byproducts can be utilized in the process, during the process, instead of disposing them off as an effluent, like spent acid on most of the pesticide technical formulations. Agarwal sir may be knowing, Kapoor sir also knows that during the pesticide production processes, spent acid is released as a byproduct in many of the products. So industry research can be done that spent acid can be utilized either by reacting some alcohol or cetyl alcohol or certain thing, which can ultimately produce it as a surfactant or emulsifier. Because surfactant or emulsifier will be an input product ultimately. So economic viability will be there. Your adoption and implementation of green technology will also be there, since the hazardous waste need not to be disposed of anywhere in the environment. We also got to share the views on the agrochemical scenario by Agarwal Sahab. As he always speaks from the heart, it was really nice and very informative. And lastly, it was very nicely moderated by Shri Raju Kapoor ji. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So with that, let's close this session. And I want to thank each one of you for having been patient. Post-lunch, I did not see a single eye blink close. So thank you so much. You stayed awake. My apologies, Paul, Vinati, and Margav. Despite our best of the efforts, we could not actually hear more of you. But soon we should be possibly creating opportunity to hear them soon. So thank you so very much, and good evening to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for coming here. Also to the ones who have joined physically for this session. So I would now request Mr. R.J. Agarwal sir to felicitate the panelists, the speakers for this session, and please come forward on the dais. Mr. Raju Kapoor, Director Industry and Public Affairs. Mr. Ajay Sirohi, Chief Development Officer, Torre Industries. Mr. Saurabh Tayal, Senior Principal Extension. Dr. Vishal Chaudhary, Director, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. I also request Dr. Vishal Here we conclude the session 3 for the second day of second edition on India Global Chemicals and Petrochemicals Hub event. So I now request all of you to kindly proceed for the high tea. I'm Nikhil from PwC, wishing you a good evening and a happy weekend ahead. Thank you.
Hello, mic check. ऑडियो सिस्टम में जारी की माइक चेक हेलो हेलो माइक चेक हेलो माइक चेक हेलो माइक चेक